that deals with both those items.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I've assumed, but I had expressed that having had the ecology response, that there are no further queries arising on it. I mean, there had been a possibility of having oral evidence where necessary.
That well, let me ask the society to respond, and then I'll respond. So, Ms. McCann, would you like to respond?
So I'm grateful. We're grateful for Mr. Loke for providing a response, and the Society's position is that whilst there are outstanding issues that we will be addressing you on today, we don't think that there is or necessity for a further ecology report.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, I think the report was helpful. I've noted it, and I don't have any further comments to make on it. So I think that issue is there, and it's up to otherwise, I've got nothing to add in terms of my earlier comments. So in terms of a phasing condition that's been agreed by the council and the appellant, I just need to double check whether the Rule 6 parties have got any comments to make on that, because I wasn't aware of that from the email. So Ms. McCann, you're sort of first on my screen. Do you have any comments on that phasing condition? I hope you've seen it.
No, we have no submissions to make.
Okay, and Ms. Nevin, from your party's
submissions, and that's that is one or other of the conditions needed, sort of justified, and if so, can it lawfully and reasonably be imposed? So nothing's missing, and yes, more on that anon.
Thank you very much. That puts my mind at rest anyway. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. So we move ahead then to the condition, or the main body of the conditions, for lack of a better word. And then I'm going to the statement of common ground for those. So I'm not aware of any further updates, and perhaps I could just get that confirmed. Mr. Grant, Ms. Murphy, that's correct, isn't it?
It is.
I believe so. It's good from
Ms. Nevin, that's correct from your understanding, isn't it? Can I just check that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've only just got a couple of comments. There's a degree of overlap in conditions 5 and 6. I appreciate one is slightly, this is I should have said earlier, this relates to the construction process and the construction environment management plan. I mean, just to start with Mr. Hall, do you see that there's a need to keep those conditions separate, or could they be contained in one?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's just that they're standard conditions that we tend to use, but I agree there is a degree of overlap, and if you should see so fit, I wouldn't have an objection to having them amalgamated in some way, so long as the essence of both conditions was kept.
Okay, Ms. Murphy, Ms. Roberts, anything from your point of view in terms of whether there's an overlap and whether there's a need to combine conditions?
Well, I'll ask Ms. Roberts to
okay.
do that for me, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, good morning. Yes, there is some overlap between those two conditions, and I think it would be sensible to merge them. We're comfortable with either approach. Thank you.
Moving on, I noted condition 9 refers to an ecological lighting plan, and that's been picked up in the last the ecological response of last week. So I don't think that condition needs to be changed as such. I'll just go to all the parties though, just to check that you are happy with the wording of that condition vis-a-vis the report that came in last week. So I'll start perhaps with Miss Roberts. Are you happy in terms of that condition vis-a-vis last week's report?
Yes, we're comfortable with it as drafted. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Hall?
I'm comfortable as well.
Yeah, and Miss McCann, Miss Nevin?
No submissions from me.
Okay.
Neither.
Okay. Right. Okay. I think my only other comment was condition 19 on the electric charging points, and whether this is actually necessary or whether or not it's covered by building regulations now. So perhaps I'll start with Miss Roberts, so she's at the top of my screen. There's condition 19 on the electric charging. Is it necessary?
It is now covered by building regulations, so it may not be necessary, but it only reinforces what's required by building regulations. So we would be comfortable if it was retained.
Okay. Mr. Hall, your thoughts?
I'd be of the same mind. I think, given that the appellant is agreed to the condition in principle, I think it is just again stating it again and reminding that and setting it in kind of clear writing. But obviously it will be for yourself to decide whether that's strictly necessary. If it is covered, then so be it. But yeah, I'm comfortable with retaining the condition if you're so minded. So.
Okay. Either or six parties got any comments on that? Miss Nevin, Miss McCann?
No,
More
sir.
neutral, sir.
Right. Okay. Well, I think that concludes the conditions, unless any of the parties wishes to have any final comments on the conditions. I think I'm getting shakes of heads. So in this virtual world, I'll assume that that's a no, which brings us to closing conditions. So very helpfully, the council have sent theirs in. If I could ask for them to be sent in at the appropriate time this morning to Kerr Brown, that would be very helpful. What I'm inclined to do is, again, to start with the order of the council, the Rule 6 parties and the appellant as standard, but I'm slightly minded to have a comfort break between the Rule 6 parties and the appellant. That's just for sake of comfort, as well as the logistics of emailing through documents. Kerr Brown is there this morning and is on hand to receive things. So I'm hoping that in this digital world it will all work out, but that's the way of the world. Before we start though, Mr. Hall's got his hand up.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I just had a very quick follow-up on the electric vehicle charging point condition.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Just to say that obviously the condition does, it specifies the, some of those details, but also about the location of those.
Okay.
So just something that might be useful keeping in there for that purpose as well.
Okay, Mr. Hall, I'll bear that in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if all parties are then agreeable that we'll take a comfort break, perhaps after they're all 6 parties, and then that hopefully will help the logistics in terms of the digital pigeon going between all of us this morning. So without any more ado, Mr. Grant.
So thank you. A minute or two ago, I sent electronically my closings through to each of my learned friends, so they hopefully have got
thank
them
you.
now. So I start with the loss of local open space and the subheading importance. Listening to the appellant's case, when it comes to protecting designated local open space, one might wonder what all the fuss is about. So it may be a helpful starting point to remember why local open space is important. At first, the government in national policy explained that access to a network of high quality open spaces and opportunities for sport and physical activity is important for the health and well-being of communities. Second, at regional level, the text to the London Plan emphasises that open spaces, particularly those planned, designed and managed as green infrastructure, provide a wide range of social, health and environmental benefits and are, and the bold here is in the original text, a vital component of London's infrastructure. All types of open space, regardless of their function, are valuable in their ability to connect Londoners to open spaces at the neighbourhood level. Third, at borough level, the policy aimed at protecting local open space is explained in the following way. Together with the borough's Greenbelt and MOL, local open spaces are integral to the character and image of the borough, breaking up the built environment and adding to local context and amenity. They make an important contribution to the health and well-being of borough residents, providing space for sport, physical activity and play, as well as tranquil spaces for quiet recreation. The majority of open spaces in the borough are highly valued by local residents for their landscape, heritage, biodiversity, or space for recreation, and provide areas for community activities and cultural events. In this respect, they can aid community involvement and the general well-being of residents. The specific land, which is the subject of this appeal, has for many years and remains in non-statutory allotment use a specific typology of open space. Entirely consistent with the various policy supporting text about the importance of open space, allotments bring very clear and important benefits. That these were well encapsulated by Judge Finlay in her judgment in 2016 in determining the appeal, which was effectively brought by the Duke of Northumberland, against the decision of the council to designate the land which is now the subject of this appeal as an asset of community value. And she wrote as follows: I have no doubt that the use of land as allotments does in fact further the social well-being and social interests of the allotment holders. I am further satisfied, however, that these ends are furthered for a much wider community, and that it would not be excessive to find, as I do, that the current use of the land furthers the relevant ends for the community, consisting of all the inhabitants of Hounslow. It has long been recognised that the use of land for allotments has served the community generally, and not merely those who rent allotment space. The social utility of allotment land was recognised by Parliament as long ago as the Allotments Act 1925, and I'm satisfied that allotment land not only provides recreation and food for its direct users, but also provides community benefits as green space with non-concomitant benefits to air quality and visual amenity. This is particularly so in a heavily built-up area like Hounslow. The conclusions of Judge Finlay about the appeal site chime with the material published by the National Allotment Society, which sets out the benefits of allotment gardening in the following terms. Gardening is good for you, and allotment gardening offers additional benefits that help to ameliorate loneliness and enable citizens to contribute to society, especially beyond retirement. There is a growing awareness of the role that gardening plays in both preventing and alleviating mental health. Many allotment holders will tell you that a spell on the plot, nurturing plants and contemplating nature, makes them feel calmer and more hopeful. The physical benefits of regular spells of gardening help plot holders to keep fit even if they have sedentary jobs, The physical exercise also contributes to their mental well-being. If managed properly, an allotment can produce enough food to supplement a family's weekly shop, and the NAS go on to discuss the sense of achievement and the appreciation of the natural world, which are direct benefits of allotment gardening. The importance of the Park Road allotments to local people has been obvious at this inquiry, not just through the formal involvement of the Rule 6 parties, but through the contributions made by members of the public during their opportunity to speak. Thus, by way of a few examples, Tom Harper described the appeal site as a bedrock of our community. Suzanne Much referred to the site as an oasis in Greater London. Grace Gray described the land as a jewel, and Jane Perry spoke of it as this precious pocket of open space. As the evidence of demand set out later in these submissions demonstrates, the longing for allotments amongst the people of Hounslow has grown dramatically in recent years, in the period since the judgment of Judge Finlay. This appeal proposal therefore has to be considered in the context of why the land matters. And I turn to the next subheading, which is loss. As a matter of indisputable common ground, the appeal proposal would result in a significant loss of local open space. 0.81 hectares would be built over and lost, 71% of the site. In the context of Greater London, that is a significant parcel of land, and it's agreed by the appellant that the site is not surplus to open space requirements. The great smokescreen in this case is the appellant's strategy of re-providing on site 38 allotments. That is an equivalent number of allotments subject to the not unimportant observation in the design and access statement that subdivision over time has meant that the real number of plots is 49. But leaving aside whether the existing number is 37, 38 or 49, the appellant's argument is entirely artificial for three principal reasons. First, 71% or 0.81 hectares of local open space would be lost. Second, 71% or 0.81 hectares of local open space in allotment use would be lost. And third, the appellant can only replicate the number of allotments by making them each very small. But when the previous inspector set out his conclusions in respect of the previous attempt by the Duke of Northumberland to develop this site, he found as follows: the proposed development would result in the unacceptable loss of local open space, specifically allotments for which there remains a proven demand in the area, contrary to Local Policy GB2 and London Plan Policy 7.18. And so I turn then to demand. Taking the inspector's conclusion as a starting point, the evidence, which is factually accepted by the appellant, makes crystal clear that the demand in the area has increased dramatically since 2018 and that supply cannot keep up. The appellant accepts, and frankly has little choice to do otherwise, as follows, and this is from the Statement of Common Ground. In respect of allotments, it is agreed that it is relevant for the inspector to consider vacancies in waiting lists, both borough-wide and at the Isleworth and Brentford sub-area. It is well established that waiting lists are good evidence of an insufficient supply of allotments in the relevant locality. In Hounslow, the waiting lists are drafted and maintained in a way that avoids double counting. The most recent waiting list information is up to date in as much as it reflects the position as at the 31st of May 2023. These related to the 29 council-managed sites in the borough. The total number of lettable plots is 1,966. Of these, only 21 are vacant. However, this figure of 21 includes 9 plots at Wellmeadow Road, which had been temporarily flooded and are now scheduled for remediation and reallocation. Against this figure of 21, reducing to 12 soon once the Wellmeadow 9 are reallocated, there are 996 people on the waiting list in the borough. The growth in demand can be traced back to 2018. In 2018, we know from the 2018 Open Space Study that the list of sites comprised 28 of the 29 sites on the current list, the only difference being the subsequent addition of the Heath Road site and its 44 plots. However, at the time of the October 2018 inquiry, there were 200 vacancies and 389 people waiting on the waiting list. Therefore, since 2018, the number of vacancies in the borough, even on the basis of 21 rather than 12, is 10% of what it was then, whilst the number on the waiting list has increased by 248%. These figures can be distilled to understand the position in the sub-area, which is one of 5 in the borough, of Isleworth and Brentford. There are 4 council-managed sites in Isleworth and Brentford. There are 0 vacancies at 3 of them. There are 9 vacancies at the 4th, Wellmeadow Road, but for the reasons explained a moment ago, that's a very temporary position, shortly to be rectified this year. The waiting list in Isleworth and Brentford, i.e. for those 4 sites, is 185. Assuming that very soon the Wellmeadow 9 vacancies will be filled from the Wellmeadow waiting list, that will leave 176 on the waiting list for 0 vacancies. Again, the comparison against the 2018 position is revealing. At that time, there were 21 vacancies in Isleworth and Brentford and only 82 on the waiting list. I say only in inverted commas. There are therefore more than twice the number on the waiting lists than 5 years ago. The appellant, through Mrs. Roberts, suggested that the picture is different if the figures are confined to Isleworth Ward. Such an approach would be at odds with the entire database going back to the 2018 study. But in any event, on that basis, the relevant site in the list, that is the only one in Isleworth Ward, is Cole Park, for which in May 2023, there were 0 vacancies and 67 on the waiting list. The appellant in written evidence flirted with reliance on the NAS guidelines figure of 20 plots per 1,000 households. But in respect of that approach, I make 4 points. First, that approach is far less useful when on-the-ground waiting list data is available, as it is here. Second, Mrs. Roberts relies on out-of-date data from the 2021 allotment strategy, for which the data itself relied upon predated 2021. And to be fair to Mrs. Roberts, she does say in her proof of evidence, I accept that there are now fewer vacancies and a longer waiting list for plots across the borough than was reported in the allotment strategy. Third, even on those figures, the per 1,000 rate for the borough was lower than 20. But fourth, that approach really is redundant when the waiting list against vacancies for Isleworth itself are available as recently as May 2023. I should say there for Isleworth and Brentford. A word about catchment areas, not least because at various stages the appellant has pointed to potential at other sites. For example, that a site once in use as allotments at James Street is a 20 to 30 minute walk from the appeal site. The NAS in their document 21st Century Allotments in New Developments refer to a 20-minute neighbourhood to reflect 20 minutes at the maximum as the maximum time that people are willing to walk to meet their daily needs, that is 10 minutes each way. The council have been more generous in their approach to catchment to the extent that based on survey data, the 2018 OSS treated 15 minutes each way as the walking time for the catchment, as did the Green and Blue Infrastructure Study. The appellant's transport assessment treated the allotment users as coming from within walking distance of the site, and there is nothing in the catchment time that assists the appellant's case. I turn next to increasing supply. The council have been proactive in seeking to address increasing demand for allotments. They brought back into use in January 2022 a site at Heath Road and are consulting over a site called Manor Gardens in Chiswick. They have worked swiftly to remediate and bring back into use the flooded plots at Wellmeadow Road. And I turn now to Grow for the Future. The council have pioneered a novel initiative called Grow for the Future, described in a press release as a first of its kind policy to turn unused and unloved land across the borough into new allotment sites, community gardens and orchards. Importantly, each site identified would be paired with a local school. that the initiative was latched onto by the appellant in a shamelessly opportunistic fishing expedition, which ultimately did not go where they had hoped it might or anywhere near it. These submissions do not repeat all of what was said in the note produced by the Council to respond to this fishing exercise, but should be read alongside it. But I highlight the following. First, a sifting process across the borough reduced the area of the potential sites from 30.1 hectares to 11.03 hectares to 6.19 hectares. These 6.19 hectares comprised 11 sites which were identified as having medium to high suitability for food growing. Second, none of these sites have had any input yet from the planning department, and no sites can be taken forward without this input being provided. The Grow for the Future initiative is not adopted planning policy or SPD. Third, of the 11 sites which have survived the sift so far, only one, Warple Road, is within Isleworth and Brentford, and that comprises only 0.03 hectares. Fourth, a schedule of land falling within the responsibility of the Highway Authority, A, is at a very early stage, B, largely comprises very small areas of grass verge, and C, doesn't contain any land in Isleworth and Brentford. I turn next to the Section 106 compensation and Grampian conditions. This is a convenient moment to address the last-ditch attempts by the appellant to address the loss of open space by either a Section 106 obligation or by Grampian conditions. Neither route is an answer. At a very late stage in the appeal process, shortly before proofs were due to be exchanged, the appellant proposed a financial payment to contribute to off-site provision of allotments. The mere fact that this was being proposed says much about how little the appellant grasps about the position. But in an attempt to be constructive, the Council responded that for such an obligation to be effective, it would need to provide no less than 0.81 hectares, which must be within Isleworth and Brentford, and which must be delivered pre-commencement and subject to approved details. But the inspector may think that there was in any event the issue that such land would not be designated local open space. But the appellant abandoned the 106 route on the basis that the appellant does not consider that any land is currently available for an off-site allotment scheme that would satisfy the Council's stated requirements, and then made the ill-judged suggestion that the Council, who had responded with perfectly reasonable and sensible criteria, were being wholly negative and critical. The appellant then, during the inquiry, proposed a pair of Grampian conditions, which are again an entirely inappropriate response to the loss of local open space and allotments. And I make three principal submissions here. First, the appellant identifies as an area for reprovision the entire borough. However, it is Isleworth and Brentford where local people would suffer the loss, and Isleworth and Brentford where any replacement should be located. Second, providing open space is not the same as providing designated local open space, which carries policy protection, and such land cannot be designated other than through the local plan process and on the basis of a formal evidence base. And third, there is no evidence to indicate that there is a prospect of 0.81 hectares of even undesignated open space or allotment land becoming available, such that the condition can be met within the life of the permission sought. The appellant accepted in response to the Section 106 discussion, that's in the notes that is in the core documents, that they were not aware of any such land, and the last gasp attempt by the appellant to find support through the Grow for the Future episode failed. Before leaving the topic of Grampian conditions, the appellant, through questions put in examination in chief to Mrs. Roberts, made the point that the burden of these conditions would rest with the developer. The first point about this is, so what? The test is whether there is a prospect of the condition being met, not who bears the burden of discharging it. The second point is, of course, what happens if the condition is imposed and the Council proved to be correct that there's no prospect. The result, in all likelihood, would be a Section 73 application in due course. I turn briefly to Green Lane and James Street. The appellant attempted to draw focus onto former allotment sites at Green Lane and James Street, both of which were draft allocations in the local plan review site allocations now withdrawn. Not entirely clear what was the appellant's purpose in seeking to draw on these two sites, but importantly, neither of them are in Isleworth and Brentford. The Green Lane site has been vacant for more than 25 years and is earmarked through the draft allocation for industrial uses, and the James Street site has also been vacant for more than 25 years and is earmarked through the draft allocation for housing. I turn now to equivalent or better. The appellant argues that the proposed re-provision of 38 allotments is equivalent or better, but that argument is without any substance. And I deal with that by way of 4 numbered points. First and foremost, this is the clearest example of the appellant conflating the quantum of local open space with the number of allotments. To argue that retaining only 0.35 hectares out of 1.17 hectares of local open space can still be regarded as equivalent or better is one of a number of examples in this appeal of the appellant trying to push water uphill. Second, the size of allotments which would be re-provided is very small, on average around 60 square metres, with none being larger than around 78 square metres, and all clearly only suitable for beginners. There are already 20 starter-sized plots within Isleworth and Brentford at Cole Park, and it is noteworthy that the appellant's feedback from allotment holders at the site, as recorded in the Statement of Community Involvement, was that they wanted similar size to their existing plots. The material published by NAS is helpful. 250 square metres is the basic template for an allotment. Subdivision can be a short-term response to waiting lists, and it is good practice to offer a variety of plot sizes. Providing uniformly small, starter-sized plots is entirely inconsistent with a claim that the re-provision proposed is equivalent or better. Number 3, the proposed provision of sheds on the individual plots is a matter of little or no weight, because firstly, that would eat even further into the cultivation area of very small plots. But secondly, where they're not provided by the landowner, these can be and are brought onto site anyway at very modest costs by the individual plot holders. That's precisely what has happened at the appeal site, as acknowledged by the appellant in their statement of case and observed by Mr. Hall, even very recently, where the use on site has been more limited. And number 4, water butts can be provided cheaply either by individual plot holders or by a landowner without needing a new housing estate to fund it. Communal composting brings with it its own problems, not least because individuals compost using different methods to suit their own preferences, and it's only proposed because of the limited space available on the very small proposed plots. And securing perimeter fencing is in the interests and within the responsibilities of the landowner without needing a new housing estate to make the site secure. I turn then to policy conflicts. The proposal gives rise to clear and serious policy conflicts. First, the proposal is in clear conflict with the relevant government policy at paragraph 99 of the framework, which could not be clearer that existing open space should not be built on unless one of 3 alternative criteria is met. Criterion A does not apply, as agreed by Mrs. Roberts in cross-examination, because it's agreed that the open space here is not surplus to requirements. Criterion C does not apply, as agreed by Mrs. Roberts in cross-examination, because the proposal is not for alternative sports and recreational provision. Therefore, Mrs. Roberts agreed that one has to consider only B. However, this requires equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. Since the appellant agrees that it is not providing equivalent or better in terms of quantum, the appeal proposal cannot meet B, which Mrs. Roberts agreed in cross-examination requires both the quantity and quality limbs to be satisfied. Therefore, the proposed development conflicts with government policy for open space, even on the appellant's own case. Second, the proposal is in clear conflict with the London policy for open space, namely G4. The decision-making part of that policy, Part B, is very straightforward, that proposals should not result in the loss of protected open space. As a matter of fact, there would be such a loss. Therefore, again, even on the appellant's own case, the proposal conflicts with G4, as acknowledged by Mrs. Roberts. Third, the proposal is in clear conflict with local policy GB2. There is a plain conflict with H, which states that loss of or encroachment upon local open space should be avoided. The appellant denies conflict with G on the basis of its argument that the local open space would be replaced by equivalent or better. But leaving aside that this caveat is not carried forward into the much more recent London plan, it is simply not equivalent or better, if for no other reason than that 71% of the local open space on site would be lost. It is instructive to pause to reflect on Mrs. Roberts' argument on this point, because it explicitly relies on the argument that better or equivalent allotment land would be re-provided. This is a good example of the appellant's conflation of local open space with the quantity of allotments. The policy is about local open space, and most of it would be lost. And fourth, although GB8 wasn't relied upon in the reasons for refusal, it's another policy conflicted by the proposal. The existing allotments would not, as a matter of fact, be retained, whether in a literal sense or in terms of area, and this is agreed in the Statement of Common Ground by the appellant, nor is there any basis to suggest that the loss of allotment land accords with the borough's allotment strategy. Section 38(6) requires development proposals to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In other words, there is a statutory presumption in favour of the development plan. But with or without the conflict with GB8, the proposal is in conflict with the development plan overall. It's also in conflict with the open space policy of that most important of material considerations, the NPPF. And so I turn now to the material considerations relied upon by the appellant. These submissions turn to the matters relied upon by the appellant to be taken into account within the Section 38(6) balance, and I start with fallback position. The appellant seeks to rely on a fallback position, namely that in the event that the appeal failed, the Duke of Northumberland would close the allotments for good. A very similar point was made at the previous inquiry in 2018, and the inspector wrote as follows: the appellant's undisputed assertion that it could simply close the allotments overnight would not remove their local open space designation. I cannot understand why the estate would choose to do so if the appeal fails, since that would be in nobody's interest and would hardly add to the record of good custodianship in the area. The appellant has tried at this inquiry to say that the position is different now because since then the appellant has given notice in respect of the licences and has refused to grant any new ones, notwithstanding that some unlicensed access has been allowed to continue. However, there are two very distinct points to consider here. First, in terms of the approach to allotments, no matter what those acting on behalf of the Duke of Northumberland are instructed to say at this inquiry about his intentions, it is difficult to see this as anything other than theoretical, because what would be the point? Having the land used as allotments brings in rent and assists considerably with the maintenance of the land. Furthermore, to behave in that way is clearly not compatible with a community-minded major landowner. Mrs. Roberts repeatedly in cross-examination refused to give a straight answer to whether or not, by reference to the words used by the previous inspector, closing the allotments was consistent or inconsistent with a record of good custodianship in the area. But the answer was obvious. Mr. Hall made the thought-provoking observation in his oral evidence that if the appellant lost this appeal, that would be two development options for this site which would have failed, and the Duke of Northumberland might actually be more likely to restore the allotment use to those avenues having failed. Indeed, the estate wrote in April 2020, this is in a letter that's in the PRAA evidence, it has always been our wish to provide some allotments. The second point here, the appellant's approach on this issue is yet another example, how many do we need, of conflating local open space with allotments. As the previous inspector observed, closing the allotments would not remove the local open space designation. Leaving aside what an unattractive argument this is by the appellant, the council's position is that this is not a fallback position at all. In the real world, it is a theoretical scenario. I turn to the next material consideration, subsidising repairs to Scion House. To be absolutely clear, the appellant does not put forward the subsidisation of repairs to Scion House as enabling development. To be equally as clear, the proposal at the 2018 inquiry was also not put forward as enabling development. The previous inspector arrived at robust conclusions in respect of the weight to be given to the income from that proposed development being necessary to fund repairs to Scion House and Park. And I refer here to paragraph 25 of the decision letter. The inspector wrote, I've only been presented with limited financial information relating to this project and the Scion Estates accounts and have no understanding of the appellant's or the Duke's wider financial interests. The appellant is a major landowner, not just in this area, and it is not for the council to demonstrate that funds could be generated from alternative areas of its business interests sufficient to finance the necessary repairs, even if it had the wherewithal to do so. On the contrary, the onus is on the appellant to demonstrate that there's no way to fund the necessary repairs other than by implementing the proposals, and I'm not satisfied that it has done so. I'm not convinced that alternative sources of funding do not or could not exist. And the inspector went on to say that he considered the benefit to be relatively minor and he did not attach great weight to it. Mrs. Roberts confirmed in cross-examination that the appellant's case at that inquiry, as reflected in the appellant's closing submissions, made no reference in any way to enabling development, and nor did the inspector in his decision letter. So in that sense, there is no difference between then and now. An attempted distinction by the appellant between then and now on the basis that in that case, the inspector was reaching conclusions in the context of the heritage balance makes no difference at all. He was then considering what weight to give the matter of funding repairs as a benefit, just as the inspector at this inquiry is invited by the appellant to give weight to the matter as a benefit. The council have agreed that the cross-subsidy can and should be given weight in the planning balance as a material consideration, but to be given limited to moderate weight, rather than the great weight argued by the appellant. Mr. Hall's approach is plainly more balanced and realistic for the following reasons, and so I'm afraid here I have 7 points. First, this is not a case where it is suggested that absent the funding from the development, the works cannot be carried out. That was the position adopted in 2018. Now, however, the position is simply a matter of timing. The works can be carried out sooner if income from the proposed development is available. Second, that position recognises first that availability of the substantial income from the hotel, gross £520,000 to £715,000 per annum, now that the Section 106 obligations in respect of that consent are nearly at an end, and secondly, the availability of income net £64,000 to £120,000 per annum from the marquee consent, money to be directed to repairs, restoration and maintenance, if the current application to extend that permission is granted. Third, the appellant has a very wide property portfolio, but apparently wishes for the Scion estate to pay for itself rather than to receive cross-subsidy from within the wider estate. It's worth remembering that the appellant describes itself as the name given to the trusts and business interests of the Duke of Northumberland. However, as Mrs. Roberts confirmed in cross-examination, it is a business choice by Northumberland Estates to treat the Scion estate as self-funding in isolation from the wider estate. The fact that they make that choice should not assist an appellant in justifying planning harm. Once again, as with the previous appeal, the appellant has declined to disclose any financial information relating to its wider estate. Fourth, other than indicating the income from the hotel and the marquee, the appellant has declined to provide information even relating to its income and expenditure from the Scion estate. In Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal proof, in response to comments by Mr. Hall in his proof, She wrote that a summary can be provided to the inspector during the inquiry if this would be helpful. But as Mrs. Roberts knows, it's not for the inspector to direct the appellant what evidence to produce, and the appellant has elected not to provide this information. Fifth, the appellant has provided no information as to why the appellant cannot secure loan funding to assist in the cost of the works, just as every ordinary person has to consider when they need to carry out repairs but do not have available funds. As Mrs. Roberts said in cross-examination, she's not been provided with this information by her client. Sixth, Mrs. Roberts recognised that private or charitable fundraising is in principle an option available, but qualified that with the rather weak caveats that A, it could take some years to generate the necessary funds from this route, and B, there's no certainty that charities would be attracted to this. However, she was frank in saying in cross-examination that she had no instructions from her client as to what efforts had been made to raise funds in these ways. In other words, there is no evidence of any such efforts having been made. As to the "it would take years" point, the appellant has already had years when it could have been at least exploring this route, and there remains considerable time. Many of the works are not anticipated to take place for years, even if the development income was available, and in any event, a considerable period would pass before that rental income became available. And seventh, that the appellant appeared not to understand why it is relevant to consider alternative funding in a case which is not advanced as enabling development, but it is clearly relevant because it goes to weight. If there was proper evidence that the development was the only way to fund the repairs, then the inspector would be likely to give that more weight to balance against any planning harm than if there is no evidence that the works can't be funded alternatively, i.e., that without a housing development which would cause planning harm. The appellant relies on a policy argument that paragraph 199 of the framework requires great weight to be given to the conservation of Syon House in the planning balance. That argument is misconceived for two reasons. First, as a matter of law, the policy cannot be construed as if any act of conservation, however great or small, should be given great weight. And second, paragraph 199 explicitly relates to the impact of a proposed development on significance. However, the works to Syon House are not part of the proposed development. They are a consequence which would be secured by a Section 106 obligation, which could itself be modified in the future. The inspector in 2018 did not proceed on the basis that, as a result of paragraph 199 or otherwise, the funding of works should be given great weight, and there is no basis to do so now. In fact, whereas then the issue was that the funds were needed for the repairs to be carried out at all, this time around the issue is about funds to do the works sooner. Mr. Hall's treatment of the repairs to the Syon House in the planning balance was demonstrably fair and proportionate. I turn now to the provision of market and affordable housing. It's agreed by the appellant that the council are able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and that the latest published position is a healthy 6.32 years. Furthermore, the council's most recent housing delivery test result was 186%, the second best performing London borough. And I put in brackets there, the comment in the appellant's opening that the data is now quite old shouldn't have been made. The appellant has not challenged the published figure, and the HDT result makes clear that the council have been delivering housing at a very high rate. The council also performed extremely well against its strategic target for the delivery of affordable housing, 39% against a strategic target of 40%, when the provision is subject to viability arguments in individual cases. Nonetheless, in recognising that Hounslow is part of a wider London market, the council have taken the position that they do not contest the appellant's position in giving these matters significant weight. I turn now to key worker housing. The inspector may think that the council have also been extremely fair in giving the provision of key worker housing, as it's been described in this case, moderate weight. Mrs. Roberts' position that this should be given significant weight is unrealistic and disproportionate for 3 reasons. First, there is no identified need for key worker housing. Second, it's unrealistic to suggest that this should be given the same weight as affordable housing. And third, careful reading of the letters relied upon from the NHS Trust Estates and Facilities team makes clear that it is not suggested that the accommodation is needed to ensure that the hospital can continue to function or that it would function better, but simply that the accommodation would assist with transport costs and journey times. And Ruth Cadbury, Member of Parliament, made the point to the inquiry that there is a nearby scheme for 2,500 homes at the Tesco site, and neither the developer nor the hospital raised key worker housing in respect of that scheme. Again, the council's weighting of moderate is fair and proportionate. Economic benefits. Through examination in chief, Mr. Hall gave the economic benefits of the scheme no more than moderate weight, noting in respect of Mrs. Roberts' Appendix 7 that council tax and planning contributions should not be included as benefits because they mitigate the scheme. And Mrs. Roberts also gave economic benefits moderate weight. And finally, environmental benefits. The scheme would secure 10% biodiversity net gain, and the council agree that this is a benefit of the scheme, but give it limited weight. The appellant's incentivisation argument on that issue is misconceived. In particular, it's put to Mr. Hall in cross-examination that if 10% was only given limited weight, that would disincentivise developers. However, as Mr. Hall said in re-examination, if significant weight was given to a 10% gain, as the appellant argues it should be, that would disincentivise developers from providing any more than 10%. And so the council's approach, in my submission, is more measured. And the appellant's claim that improvements to the access should be given significant weight is wholly disproportionate. There is no suggestion from the Highways Authority that the existing arrangement is unsafe. And so I then move to the conclusion in these submissions. The development proposal is in clear conflict with the development plan. The appellant's approach has failed to understand the importance of designated local open space, or the difference between the area lost and the simple number of allotments to be re-provided. Re-providing a fraction of the existing local open space is not an answer, notwithstanding the contrived argument, we are providing the same number of allotments. At the same time, the appellant overstates the weight to be given to material considerations, above all, the funding of repairs to Sion House, the provision of so-called key worker housing, and a 10% biodiversity net gain. The statutory presumption in favour of the development plan is not displaced by the material considerations relied upon by the appellant, and this appeal should therefore fail. And so those are the submissions on behalf of the Local Planning Authority. So you're on mute, I think.
Yes. I got tripped up there. I've received the closing statement from the Allotments Association. So, Ms. Nevin, on that assumption, are you ready to go, and then we'll have the society after you? Is that the suggested order?
I don't mind going, sir, if that's most convenient to you. You have my statement, so I'm happy to go first. I've just sent it to my learned friends now.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a copy of the society's closing statement, so I'd suggest, if it's all right with you, we'll go with the Allotments Association first, if that's okay.
Sorry, sir, our closing submissions have just been sent to you, so but I'm happy with that proposed order.
Okay, well, rather than cause confusion, then shall we stick with the Allotments Association closing to go now? Yeah, thank you.
So can I ask to pause for literally 10 seconds so I can get a glass of water? It'll be no
yes. Sorry, by all means, Mr. Grant.
Just bear with me for a few seconds.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's that sort of day still, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. And can I just check, Ms. Nevin, the closing's has gone to all other parties?
Yes, sir. I've just sent it for our friends to confirm maybe they've received it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll aim for a 15-20-minute coffee break after the Isleworth Society have done their closing as well. Okay, right. Ready when you are then, Ms. Nevin.
Sorry, the Rule 6 party, Park Road Allotment Association, joins in the London Borough Council's opposition to the appeal proposal. Park Road Allotment Association's primary concern is that it would result in the unacceptable loss of highly valued local open space and fail to replace it with equivalent or better provision in a suitable location. Throughout this inquiry, the Allotment Association has presented the perspectives and concerns of allotment holders, as well as evidence on the day-to-day reality of the allotments and the many benefits they bring to the wider community. The Allotment Association has demonstrated that the picture painted by the appellant of a neglected and semi-abandoned site does not reflect the experience of allotment holders. Instead, it will be apparent from the evidence heard throughout this inquiry, and indeed your site visits, sir, that allotment holders continue to occupy, cultivate and nurture the site to the very best of their abilities in difficult circumstances. So as would be addressed in the sections below, our concerns on loss of open space in this appeal are threefold. First, the appeal proposal would result in the loss of designated local open space that continues to be actively used and enjoyed by allotment holders, their friends and family, as well as the wider community. Second, the replacement allotments proposed by the appellant would not amount to better or equivalent provision. Instead, they would be inferior in both quantity and quality to the existing allotments. And third, the harms that would result from the appeal proposal significantly outweigh the purported benefits suggested by the appellant. Furthermore, the Allotment Association maintains that some of the appellant's suggested planning benefits cannot properly be characterised as such, as a matter of law and policy. So, loss of local open space. Turning first to planning policy briefly. The loss of local open space and failure to replace it with equivalent or better provision in a suitable location conflicts with Local Plan Policy GB2, London Plan Policy G4, and paragraph 99 of the NPPF. In the Statement of Common Ground, the appellant accepts these conflicts on the basis that the site is not surplus to open space requirements, and the appeal proposal would result in the loss of designated local open space. The appellant's planning witness, Ms. Roberts, also recognises conflict with Local Plan Policy GB2, paragraph 99 of the NPPF, and London Plan Policy G4. Furthermore, despite previously maintaining that the appeal proposal complies with the requirement in Local Plan Policy GB8 to retain existing allotments and resist their loss, during cross-examination with Mr. Grant, Ms. Roberts conceded conflict with GB8 on the basis that existing allotments would not be retained. In any case, sir, the appeal proposal's lack of compliance with Local Plan Policy GB8 is recognised in the Statement of Common Ground.
Sorry, Ms. Nevin, you've just gone off camera, actually. Can you...
Oh, have I?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. My apologies.
I see myself, so that's quite strange.
You're slightly back in, but your right-hand side is barely visible. Yeah, that's an alternative. That's much better. All right, my apologies for interrupting you. Please carry on.
Not at all. Importance of this local open space to the community. So turning first to loss of local open space, the question of equivalent or better provision will be addressed further below. The inquiry was presented with a considerable body of evidence from the Allotment Association and interested parties on the use and value attached to the appeal site as designated local open space. The allotments, which have been at the heart of the community since at least 1917, are highly valued by allotment holders, their friends and family as a place to recreate, cultivate and appreciate nature. Loss of this local open space would not just have a detrimental impact on allotment holders and their families, but on the wider community who benefit from allotment holders' donations of fresh produce to the local food bank and enjoy the open days, apple and blackberry picking, nature and bat walks organised on site. Mr. Hurton described during evidence in chief how on a recent rainy Sunday, veteran allotment holder of some 38 years, Grace Gray, waited at the allotments in her car to facilitate public access to the site for blackberry picking. In her statement to the inquiry as an interested party, Miss Gray described the popular and well-attended blackberry picking days and how much people enjoyed the bat walks organised at the allotments. When asked about wider public access to the allotments during cross-examination, Ms. Roberts accepted that open days, apple and blackberry picking, nature and bat walks occur on site. It follows that the appellant's assertion that the site offers no recreational amenity to the community is simply untenable. The evidence and personal testimonies before this inquiry demonstrate that the wider community enjoys regular access to the allotments. Similarly, Dr. Vandenberg, Tom Harper and His Honour Richard Harper, amongst other interested parties, emphasised that it is not just plot holders and those who attend open days who benefit from the allotments. Even without accessing the allotments, members of the local community benefit from living in proximity to and admiring this local open green space. Mr. West, another interested party, pointed out that it is common for friends and neighbours to assist plot holders with cultivating their plots, a point that was echoed by Miss Langley, who, despite not being an official plot holder, has informally tended to a vacant plot for the past 4 years. A similar account of solidarity and cooperation between plot holders and the local community emerged from Jane Perry's statement to the inquiry. Miss Perry explained that she acquired a plot in 2011 at the time of the Community Gardening Initiative, but during the COVID-19 pandemic, decided to share her plot with neighbours. And to quote from Miss Perry, she decided to do this with those who had been drawn to gardening for its various health benefits, but had limited scope to grow at home. Vacant plots and the extent of cultivation on site. The appellant has argued that limited weight should be afforded to the loss of local open space because the allotments are not currently formally operational and, with the exception of a small number of individuals, offer on their case no recreational amenity to the community. In an attempt to further minimise the accepted harm that would result from the loss of local open space, the appellant seeks to demonstrate that even prior to 2015, the site was poorly managed and maintained, and many of the plots were either partly used or unused and overgrown. In support of this bold assertion, the appellant referred the inquiry to its allotment use survey 2017 to 2021. However, during the inquiry, it became clear that the appellant's reliance on this survey, which it characterised during cross-examination with Mr. Hall as the best evidence we have as to what was being cultivated in 2016, is confused and inaccurate for the following reasons. First, in the section of her proof dealing with the history of the allotments, Ms. Roberts explained that at the time the appellant resumed control of the allotments, it undertook a utilisation survey showing that only 23% of the site was cultivated. Ms. Roberts confirmed during cross-examination that it was her understanding that the survey and 23% figure reflected the situation in 2015. However, upon closer inspection of the allotment survey, it became clear that the first survey actually took place in July 2016. As there is no reference whatsoever to a 2015 survey, it follows that the appellant's description of an underutilised and semi-abandoned site as early as 2015 is based on a survey that never took place. Second, Ms. Roberts conceded in cross-examination that contrary to her previous understanding, the 23% cultivation figure is not in fact representative of the situation in 2015. Instead, it purports to present the average cultivation between 2017 and 2021. The fact that 23% is the appellant's assessment of average cultivation over a 5-year period is clearly stated in the allotment survey. Third, the allotment use survey was largely conducted based on conversations with the appellant's head gardener. Ms. Roberts fairly recognises that the methodology used for the survey is not an exact science, and the appellant's design and access statement also acknowledges that the survey, to quote, may not be 100% accurate. Indeed, when discussing this point during evidence in chief, Mr. Hurton could not recall any such conversations with the appellant's head gardener. Mr. Hurton also highlighted the inherent flaws in such a methodology on the basis that the head gardener would not have been able to speak with all allotment holders during his visits, and therefore would necessarily have had an incomplete picture of the true extent of use and cultivation on site. Fourth, to ascertain the extent of use and cultivation of the allotments since 2015, it is in our case essential to understand, well, what actually counts as cultivation. The appellant evidently considers active cultivation as intensively growing fruit and vegetables on as much of a plot as possible. On its view, growing flowers and tending to fruit trees doesn't count, and it appears to review relaxing at the allotments with friends and family as a barrier to cultivation. When asked whether he agreed with this viewpoint, Mr. Hurton explained that active cultivation includes a variety of practices. For instance, it includes planting fruit trees and fruit bushes. And so even the most rudimentary of gardeners knows that flowers assist cultivation by attracting pollinators. The Allotment Association therefore submits that the appellant's evidence on the extent of cultivation since 2015 is unreliable due to the inadequacies of its allotment survey and its overly narrow and incomplete view as to what actually counts as cultivation. So based on the above, the Allotment Association invites you, sir, to reject the appellant's contention that limited weight should be afforded to the loss of local open space on the basis that the site is no longer formally operational and was underutilised from as far back as 2015. The appellant's so-called best evidence to support its depiction of an underutilised and semi-abandoned site was based on an incomplete and methodologically flawed assessment. Furthermore, the appellant's significant errors concerning the timeframe of the survey and what the 23% cultivation figure actually purports to represent undermine its arguments on undercultivation. On the undisputed increase in vacancies since the appellant resumed control of the allotments, the appellant acknowledges that uncertainty surrounding the site's future is at least partially responsible for this. The Allotment Association has explained and demonstrated how the appellant's decision to issue notices to quit and take possession in 2019 and refusal to renew or grant licences since September 2021 have exerted a chilling effect on some allotment holders who could no longer see the point in investing in a plot that might be taken away from them at short notice. Amongst those who chose to stay, there has been a well-documented increase in ad hoc informal arrangements with neighbours, friends and community members to keep as much of the allotments in use as possible. So the key point from these informal arrangements is that they illustrate the high demand for allotments in the local area and the concerted efforts of plot holders and the wider community to continue using and cultivating the site. To the extent that some areas have become overgrown, we maintain that the responsibility for this lies firmly with the appellant, who has exerted a policy of dereliction by design since 2015. Turning now to the relevance of the ACV designation to this appeal. The limitations of the appellant's so-called best evidence on allotment use are even more apparent when compared with the findings of the ACV Tribunal in 2016. In Northumberland Estates' unsuccessful appeal challenging the designation, the first-tier tribunal considered a significant body of evidence on the extent to which the site is used, cultivated, and furthers the social well-being and interests of the community. This unchallenged evidence on the use and cultivation of the allotments paints a very different picture to the appellant's account of underutilisation and semi-abandonment. The tribunal found that following the conclusion of new agreements with the appellant in 2015, which, as we know, a number of plot holders declined, only 22% of the available plots were left vacant. The judgment clarifies that the 22% figure is comprised of 11 vacant plots of, and I quote, varying size. It follows that the appellant was incorrect to suggest to Mr. Hall during cross-examination that when it took back control of the allotments, 11 full-size plots had been left vacant. The tribunal further noted that in 2015, 78% of the land, and I quote, was occupied, used and enjoyed by allotment holders who wish to continue to enjoy the land. The significant benefits of the allotments to the local community were recognised by the first-tier tribunal in upholding the designation. At paragraph 26, Judge Findlay concluded that people are able to go onto the land and enjoy it. They are able to meet, enjoy the outdoors and grow produce for their own use and the use of others. The land provides the facility for people to meet, not just to garden. So these observations are just as relevant now as they were in 2016. This is demonstrated by London Borough of Hounslow's decision in 2020 to renew the designation for a further 5 years. And we say that it's entirely reasonable to conclude that had vacancy rates increased to such an extent that limited cultivation was occurring on site, London Borough of Hounslow would have declined to renew the designation, but it did not. Now, on a number of occasions throughout the inquiry, you'll recall, sir, Miss Murphy KC for the appellant stressed that the only practical effect of the ACV designation is that it confers a right to bid, but not to buy. However, the relevance to this appeal of the designation is not confined to merely its practical or legal effect in the strictest sense of the word. Faced with such competing evidence on the extent of use and cultivation, the ACV judgment assists this inquiry by providing unchallenged, reliable evidence of the situation on site when the appellant resumed control and indeed in the immediate aftermath. The relevance of the ACV judgment was recognised by the previous inspector, who in his appeal decision agreed with Judge Findlay's conclusion on the extent to which allotment holders, their families and the wider community access and benefit from the allotments. The ACV judgment and 2018 appeal decision are material considerations for this inquiry's consideration of the harm that would result from the proposed loss of local open space. They exposed the cracks in the appellant's contention that as the site offers no recreational amenity to the community, limited weight should be afforded to harm occasioned by the appeal proposal's conflicts with policies in the local plan, London plan and the NPPF. The Allotment Association respectfully submits that the appellant's argument that limited weight should be afforded to its loss should be rejected, as it is largely based on its flawed understanding of the extent of use and cultivation on site since at least 2015 As demonstrated by the first-tier tribunal and the evidence presented by the Allotment Association and interested parties to this inquiry, the ongoing use, cultivation and public benefits associated with the allotments militate in favour of attaching significant weight to the harm that would arise from accepted policy conflicts. Better or equivalent provision, and turning first to the question of equivalent cultivation space. The appellant accepts that 71% of the current allotment space would be lost in the event of a successful appeal. However, it maintains that the appeal proposal would nonetheless re-provide an area equivalent to that under cultivation in the period 2016 to 2020 based on their allotment survey. Now, in the light of the many shortcomings of that survey discussed earlier in this statement, and the appellant's overly narrow understanding of cultivation, as well as the ACV tribunal findings, we submit that the replacement allotments would actually provide significantly less cultivation space to that enjoyed by allotment holders from 2016 to 2020. Furthermore, to the extent that cultivation did somewhat decrease between 2015 and 2020, it would be entirely inappropriate in our submission to view those years as a benchmark for cultivation. And this is in light of the fact that uncertainty surrounding the site caused vacancy rates to increase. Had the appellant not embarked upon a period of notice to quit, short-term leases and extensions, and notice of possession and proceedings, the site would be fully and occupied and cultivated today. The Allotment Association's plot holder requirements and usage summary from June 2023 contradicts the appellant's claim that the 38 replacement allotments measuring 60 square metres each would provide adequate cultivation space. Our survey of plot holders, which was gathered by the Secretary during informal consultations, shows that 33 individual families are currently using the allotments. Feedback from these plot holders demonstrates that 24.25 full-size plots are required to meet their needs. Instead, once attenuation tanks, shade from mature trees, access paths, sheds, the new communal storage area, community building and compost space are accounted for, the proposal to retain 3,300 square metres as allotments results in only 2,350 square metres of cultivatable land. To put this into perspective, sir, this is less than 10 full-size plots. Referring to the June 2023 survey in Evidence in Chief, Mr. Hurton invited you to conclude that this demonstrates the extent to which the allotments are well used and well loved, and that there are more and more people who would like to grow. With proper management, the allotments should be completely full. And we respectfully repeat this invitation in this closing statement. Turning now to the question of numerical like-for-like provision. The above arguments on the inadequacy of the appellant's proposals and cultivation space also hold true in relation to the contention that 38 replacement allotments would provide like-for-like on a numerical basis. First, although there are 38 official plots, in reality, informal arrangements and subdivision of plots mean that there are approximately 49 plots on site. This is recognised by the appellant and captured in the Allotment Association survey, the June 23 survey, which records the extent to which plots have been subdivided. In this regard, we echoed the point made by Mr. Hall in his proof of evidence that the informal reality of 49 unofficial plots on site would lead to a net loss of 11 plots if this appeal were to succeed. Second, while like-for-like replacement of the official number of plots may be strictly true, the inherent weakness of this point is clear from the fact that 60 square metre replacement plots would provide inadequate growing space. In evidence in chief, Mr. Hurton explained that current allotment holders are experienced and dedicated. As such, starter plots are entirely unsuitable for their needs. To illustrate this point, Mr. Hurton compared and contrasted what one can cultivate on full-size 250 square metre plots and 125 square metre half plots, compared with the 60 square metre starter plots proposed by the appellant, and I propose now to go through those in turn. Firstly, a 250 square metre plot allows for extensive and varied cultivation of annual and perennial vegetables, fruit trees and bushes and flowers. It can comfortably accommodate crops which take up considerable space, such as potatoes, and provides adequate room for a private compost heap and a shed to store produce, tools, pots and seed trays. This is the ideal situation for plot holders, who generally prefer to organise their own storage and composting arrangements. Full-size plots can comfortably accommodate some tree cover and shade without any adverse impact on cultivation. And Mr. Hurton explained that a degree of shade can actually be beneficial on a plot, as composting, for example, can be stored in the shade. Second, a 125 square metre half-size plot doesn't allow for the same level of self-sufficiency as a full-size plot. On a half-size plot, it would be possible to grow potatoes, beans, brassica, asparagus, perennial vegetables, fruit bushes and trees. On the other hand, Mr. Hurton explained that the 60 square metre starter plot proposed by the appellant would not cater for a shed, private composting and adequate cultivation space all at the same time. A 60 square metre plot restricts choice of cultivation to short-term, fast-growing crops such as lettuce and spring onions. It follows, sir, that starter plots of this size would simply not provide enough space for current or future growers. On the question now of proposed facilities. So as the parties' respective positions on whether the proposed facilities would constitute equivalent or better provision have been extensively covered in the statements of case and proofs of evidence, and I've included a reference in the footnotes to where that compare and contrast between our respective cases is best illustrated. So we do not propose then to exhaustively discuss each facility in these closing submissions. I hope that will be welcomed. Instead, we wish to emphasise a number of points that emerged or were elaborated on throughout the inquiry. During evidence in chief, the appellant's planning witness, Ms. Roberts, made the point that proposed facilities would constitute an investment by the appellant in the allotments. As such, Ms. Roberts invited you, sir, to attach significant weight to the facilities that will be provided at the replacement allotments. And during cross-examination, I sought to explore this proposition with Ms. Roberts, and I'll summarise a few points that emerged from that discussion now. First, I queried whether there had been anything stopping the appellant from providing facilities such as sheds before or independently of this appeal. Ms. Roberts confirmed that there was not, but did add that she was perplexed as to why the appellant should do so. Second, considering the appellant's, in our view, unfounded concerns about the management of composting, I suggested to Ms. Roberts that the head gardener or another representative of the estate could have engaged with allotment holders on this issue independently of the appeal proposals. Ms. Roberts did not dispute that, but expressed a view that a combined system would be more efficient from a management perspective. We refute this on the basis that composting is best managed on an individual basis by allotment holders whose vast experience gives them the necessary skills to manage and tailor composting to their individual growing needs. Communal composting would lead to uncertainty as to how the compost would be fairly divided. Furthermore, the appellant's linking of a supposed vermin issue to mismanagement of composting is incorrect. As explained by Mr. Hurton, a short-lived vermin issue was caused by a well-meaning plot holder's efforts feeding birds. This has since been addressed, and plot holders continue to successfully manage their own composting arrangements. Third point on this, the appellant also singled out a proposal to repair the boundaries of the allotments as a betterment linked to the appeal proposals, stating that security has been a major problem in the past. In cross-examination, Ms. Roberts agreed that responsibility for maintaining site boundaries is an ongoing existing obligation on the landlord. Therefore, to the extent that security of the allotments has been a major problem, the responsibility for this lies entirely with the appellant for failing to discharge its duties as landlord. Now, the fact that a successful appeal might reinvigorate the appellant to discharge its existing obligations cannot be taken into account as a betterment linked to the appeal proposals. The appellant does not need to go through an appeal process to discharge its existing duties and be the good custodian that it claims to be. The fourth point. The supposed benefits of a community building were mentioned extensively by the appellant throughout the inquiry. Ms. Roberts states that a community space was requested with the allotment through consultation with the allotment holders, citing paragraph 4.12 of the Statement of Community Involvement as her source for this. However, when I took Mr. Hurton to paragraph 4.12, we found that it contains no mention whatsoever of a community building. The position of the Allotment Association on the community building has always been that it is surplus to requirements. Plot holders attend the allotment to cultivate their plots, not to sit around in a building. It will have been evident from the interventions of the Allotment Association and interested parties, we hope, that there is already a deep sense of community spirit at the allotments, and allotment holders socialise together at the site as they go about their work. They do not need a community building to come together. Based on the above, the Allotment Association invites you, sir, to conclude that although a successful appeal might very well incentivise the appellant to provide facilities already within its gift and discharge existing obligations, these cannot be taken into account as betterments in the planning process. And this brings us neatly then on to the topic of consultations. In September 2020, allotment holders were invited to a pre-application consultation at Syon Park. In evidence in chief, Mr. Hurton explained that he and other members of the Allotment Association had understood that the meeting would provide an opportunity to discuss the use of allotments and the amount of land that plot holders would require. Instead, Mr. Hurton explained how attendees were shown a proposed plan whereby 71% of the allotments would be lost. The amount of land to be reserved was simply not up for discussion. 3 months after the September consultation, or perhaps more accurately, presentation, the appellant produced its Statement of Community Involvement. Paragraph 4.12 summarised allotment holders' feedback. It correctly highlights that many allotment holders want to retain the existing allotment site, but agree to look for a compromise, and noted the first point of feedback was request for plot sizes similar to the existing. When I asked Mr. Hurton why he felt the request for plot sizes was the first point mentioned, he explained that this is because, and I quote, plot size is the main thing. Essentially, everything came down to plot size. Referring to the proposed facilities, Mr. Hurton stated that, and again I quote, very small plot size means that everything else is not a betterment and not useful because it would take up too much growing space. The Allotment Association endeavoured to relay the importance of adequate plot size to the appellant on numerous occasions. This is reflected in the follow-up correspondence sent to the appellant on the 18th of October 2020, detailing how many plots will be needed to fulfil current requirements and expressing the Allotment Association's frustration on the lack of adequate consultation regarding plot size. Another email dated 26th of September 2020 reiterated the Allotment Association's willingness to reach a compromise, stressing that equivalent space was key to the Allotment Association. So it follows from all of this that to the extent that support was expressed for certain facilities listed at paragraph 4.12 of the Statement of Community Involvement, this must be understood in its proper context, namely that some allotment holders supported facilities that in any event could be provided by a good landlord and custodian independently of this appeal. As has been made abundantly clear throughout the inquiry, no amount of proposed facilities can compensate for inadequate plot sizes. Support for some facilities was given on the proviso that adequate allotment space would be provided, not that experienced allotment holders will be relegated to starter plots. So when considered in this light, Ms Roberts' allegation that the Allotment Association had hardened its position since the pre-application consultation is baseless. As can be seen from the correspondence appended to our proof, which I've just referred to, the Allotment Association approached pre-application discussions in a spirit of compromise and reasonableness. When it became clear that 71% of the allotments would be lost, and facilities that could always have been provided were being proposed as betterments mitigating this loss, we could simply not support the proposals. The loss of local open space and failure to replace it with equivalent or better provision in a suitable location conflicts with local plan policy GB2's presumption against development on local open space unless it is replaced with equivalent or better provision in a suitable location. Based on the evidence before this inquiry and the points we've just been through together, it is clear that the replacement proposals would be inferior in both quantity and quality to what is currently on site. I pause to note, as Mr Grant referred to in his opening statement, that paragraph 99 of the MPPF requires replacement allotments on local open space to be equivalent or better in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. The appeal proposal fails to meet this cumulative policy test for the reasons outlined above. So turning now to the planning balance. The appellant submits that the accepted harm arising from the policy conflicts on loss of local open space are outweighed by a number of planning benefits. The Allotment Association will limit its remarks to the purported benefits arising from the so-called cross-subsidy of repairs to Sion House and securing the allotments for a minimum of 50 years. So firstly, the cross-subsidy. The Allotment Association does not dispute that Sion House is a valued heritage asset of local and national importance. This is unsurprising. After all, allotment holders are also local residents who enjoy and value all that the area has to offer. However, it is our firm position that it is unnecessary for the preservation of Sion House to come at the expense of much loved and valued local open space. So the future of Sion House is clearly not contingent on income generated from the destruction of 71% of the Park Road allotments. Alternative means of funding could and should be explored. This is apparent, just to pick out one point, from the London Borough Council response to the Inspector's Note dated 21st of July 2023, which included information about the estate's recent decision to market the Rothbury estate in Northumberland through Knight Frank for £35 million. The Knight Frank advertisement included in that response notes that this is England's largest land sale in 30 years. To further illustrate the possibility of raising alternative means of funding, I took Ms Roberts to a letter from the appellant dated the 9th of April 2020. This letter states that Park Road remains one of the very few ways the appellant can fund the schedule of repairs to Sion House. Although the Allotment Association acknowledges that Ms Roberts was not provided with information regarding the wider finances of Northumberland Estates, she fairly conceded that it is logical to interpret the statement that Park Road remains one of the very few ways of funding repairs as meaning that there are potentially other ways to fund them. In our view, it is entirely unsurprising that one of England's foremost peers would have alternative means of funding at his disposal. The appellant's refusal to disclose the wider finances and portfolio of Northumberland Estates was noted by the previous inspector, who lamented the fact that he had no understanding of the appellant's or the Duke's wider financial interests. The inspector astutely remarked that, and I quote, "The onus is on the appellant to demonstrate that there is no way to fund the necessary repairs other than by implementing the proposals, and I am not satisfied that it has done so." The Allotment Association invites you, sir, to reject the appellant's cross-subsidy argument for the reasons given by the previous inspector. As was the case in 2018, this inquiry cannot be convinced that alternative sources of funding do not or could not exist. I also referred in cross-examination Ms Roberts to the statement in her rebuttal proof that the appellant's objective is for each of their estates to be self-sustaining. It is not reasonable to look beyond the Sion estate, to fund repairs to Sion House and Park. These sentiments are echoed in Northumberland Estate's statement to the inquiry, which relays the Duke's position that the requirement for the Sion estate is to enable the estate to pay for itself. The Duke clarified that this is really the starting point for Northumberland Estates in its proposal to develop the Park Road allotments. However, sir, this entirely self-imposed requirement is better characterised as a business decision as to how the Duke manages his finances. During cross-examination, Ms Roberts agreed with the general point of principle that a private landowner's preference as to how he manages his estates is not something a planning inspector can take into account in the planning balance. So based on the above, we invite you, sir, to conclude that as a matter of planning law and policy, the proposed cross-subsidy to Sion House cannot be taken into account as a planning benefit. It is merely a private business decision that has no place in the planning process. Turning now to the question of securing the allotments. Throughout the inquiry, the appellant has been at pains to stress that a successful appeal is the only way by which the allotments will survive. Indeed, we were told on many occasions that should this appeal fail, the appellant would simply close the allotments. This position has been relayed to the Allotment Association in correspondence, which we appended to our proof of evidence. See, for example, the appellant's response to the Allotment Association's follow-up email to the September 2020 consultation stating, and I quote, "I think everyone is aware of the position that it is only through achieving planning permission that the long-term future of the allotments will be secured." When asked in evidence in chief for his position on the appellant's commitment to closing the allotments in the event of an unsuccessful appeal, Mr. Hurton stated that this felt coercive. He also mentioned that the recent clearance of 2 full plots with a view to putting them back into cultivation was a bit strange when closure is being said as imminent in the event of an unsuccessful appeal. The Allotment Association echoes the previous inspector's remark that a decision to simply close the allotments overnight would not remove their local open space designation. We also share in his incredulity as to why the estate would choose to do so if this appeal fails, since, as the previous inspector noted, that would be in nobody's interest and would hardly add to the record of good custodianship of land in the area. The appellant has termed the closure of the allotments in the event of an unsuccessful appeal as the fallback position. And in support of this point, the appellant cites the case of Mansell and Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council. The key proposition arising from Mansell is that material weight must be given to a fallback position, which is a real prospect, as distinct from something which is merely theoretical. In its opening statement, the appellant clarified that the fallback in this case is, and I quote from the opening statement, is that there would be no active allotment use on site. This is important in considering the planning merits of the appeal scheme. So it is our case that the appellant's legal case on the fallback position and planning merits is untenable for the following reasons. First, the fallback position that Mansell was concerned with consisted of permitted development rights for a change of use from an agricultural building to a dwelling house. This could not be further removed from the circumstances of the present appeal, which has absolutely nothing to do with the eventual exercise of existing development rights. In this case, the appellant's fallback position would amount to the active creation of a disbenefit. However, as the previous inspector noted, closure of the allotments would be in nobody's interest and would not remove its status as local open space. The second point of this is made, perhaps best made by way of an analogy. So if fallback position could be leveraged in such a manner in a planning inquiry, what is to stop a landowner proposing a housing development from threatening to let the land stagnate in the event of an unsuccessful appeal? The appellant's approach of grant me permission or else cannot be given credence as a legitimate fallback position or planning benefit. To do so, sir, we say, would allow the planning process to be held to ransom. Sir, the Allotment Association therefore invites you not to be swayed by the appellant's threat to close the allotments in the event of an unsuccessful appeal. This is not the constructive attitude of a landowner supposedly dedicated to good custodianship, heritage conservation, and the community of Isleworth. Related to this, given the importance of the allotments to the people of Isleworth for well over a century, a commitment to secure the future of the allotments for a mere 50 years is not a benefit capable of outweighing the many significant harms that would result from a successful appeal. So there's one other issue we'd like to cover, and this is the appellant's response to appeal hearing questions prepared by FPCR Environment and Design Limited. At paragraph 1.31 of the Ecology report submitted in September, just gone by, but just this year, the Allotment Association is accused of having purposefully created at least 3 of the 4 ponds at the appeal site within the last year. And the report goes on to say that this is presumably with the intention of undermining previous survey work undertaken by EcoSAP. Now, the FPCR ecologist appointed by the appellant maintains that this allegation, and I quote, has been established and can be evidenced through email communications between the Secretary of the Allotment Association and the appellant. However, sir, no corroborating evidence whatsoever has been placed before the inquiry. Indeed, this is the first time this argument has been raised. It is unfortunate that the appellant chose to make such a serious, unsubstantiated allegation after the conclusion of formal evidence. Standard inquiry procedure, and indeed basic procedural fairness, dictates that the Allotment Association should have been afforded an opportunity to respond. Had the appellant given us the opportunity, we would have been more than happy to assist you, sir, with this point and provide clear evidence demonstrating that it is simply untrue. So as this allegation was not put to the Allotment Association at any stage in this inquiry, and no evidence has been in fact produced to substantiate it, it should not be taken into account in the determination of this appeal. And we therefore respectfully invite you, sir, to disregard paragraph 1.31 of the Ecology report of September 2023. In conclusion, for all of the reasons stated above, the Allotment Association respectfully invites you, sir, to dismiss the appeal. And that concludes the closing submissions of the Park Road Allotment Association. Afraid you're on mute, sir.
Thank you for that. It's yes. Thank you for that, Miss Nevin. Miss McCann, are you okay to continue? I'm conscious we have been going since 10 o'clock. I'm not necessarily looking for a break. Are you comfortable to continue?
Sir, could we have a 2-minute comfort break?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Well, let's say a 5-minute comfort break. I will have a slightly more substantial break, maybe 15 minutes after your closing submissions. So let's adjourn for 5 minutes for a comfort break.
I'm grateful. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. The inquiry is adjourned for 5 minutes for a comfort break. Right, okay, Miss McCann, if you're good to go, we'll have a slightly longer coffee break after Miss McCann, and that will allow Miss Murphy to send over her closing as well. So, thank you. When you're ready, Miss McCann.
So I'm grateful. Just before I get going, can I check that you've got my written submissions?
I have, yes, that's been sent through, and I'm assuming that's gone to all the other parties as well. I'm getting some nods. Good. Okay, so when you're ready, thank you.
Thankful for the nods. The Park Road allotment site has never been built on and has served the local community with allotments for almost 100 years in an arrangement between the former Duke of Northumberland and the council. The appeal site is designated local open space and sits within the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area. It has been designated as an asset of community value. In 2015, the current Duke of Northumberland chose to revoke that agreement with the council, and since then has had two planning permission applications to commercially develop the appeal site rejected by the council. This is the second public inquiry held to appeal council refusal. In pursuit of the appellant's unpopular ambition to build multiple blocks of flats on this much valued local open space, the appellant has served notices to allotment holders threatening the long-term tenure of plots, has refused to let vacant plots, and has engaged in litigation to appeal the appeal site's designation as an asset of community value. The Isleworth Society contends that this proposal does not speak to community needs or wants, and the loss to the community, the loss of 71% of designated local open space, with the attendant harms to the conservation area, heritage assets, and biodiversity, brings no benefit other than to the commercial, private interests of the appellant. This outcome represents everything that the safeguards built into the planning system are designed to protect against. The Isleworth Society considers there to be three main issues relevant to the balancing exercise required to determine this appeal, and will consider each of these issues in turn. 1, the loss of local open space. 2, heritage. And 3, ecology and biodiversity. On the basis of the following submissions, the Isleworth Society respectfully requests that the inspector dismiss this appeal. So first, onto the issue of loss of local open space. It is agreed between the parties that the appeal site is designated as local open space, and that the proposed development of multiple blocks of flats would result in the loss of the vast majority of this local open space, over 70%. The Isleworth Society observes that the proposed development is in contravention of policies at 3 levels: national, paragraph 99 of the NPPF, regional, policy GB4 of the London Plan, and local, policy GB2 of the local plan. This framework of policies all speaks to a clear intention that designated open space should be protected from development where it cannot be replaced. In her proof of evidence, Pauline Roberts accepts that the proposed development conflicts with this triple layer of policies. The appellant's main contention is that little weight should be afforded to this harm arising from such conflict. However, the loss of local open space is at the heart of this appeal. The proposed development intends to develop multiple blocks of residential flats on over 70% of open space. This loss cannot in any sense be of little weight or significance. Rather, it is so significant that the loss of local open space in and of itself should give cause to reject this appeal. The Isleworth Society's primary submissions in support of this contention are as follows. Local open space is needed now more than ever. The inquiry heard that the population of Hounslow is set to increase by around 30,000 by 2030. The majority of the large nearby residential developments lack outdoor space. Therefore, at a local level, as the Council's annual monitoring report 2020 and 21 noted from the findings of the draft open space study, most areas in the borough have a shortfall in some form of open space provision. Local open space is highly valued. This is evidenced by the strength of local feeling in opposition to this appeal. Close to 1,000 objection letters were submitted to this planning application, and approximately 3,000 people signed a petition to save Park Road allotments. The inquiry heard hours of statements from a spectrum of local residents and community members, from 5-year-old Milo to Grace Gray, a plot holder for 38 years and local naturalist. All spoke against the appeal, often in powerful terms, with personal statements to illustrate the importance of preserving this important local asset, and Mr. Grant cited some of those statements in his closing submissions. This inquiry and the long-standing campaign to save the appeal site have been followed closely in the national press and has even received international press coverage. The issues in this appeal clearly resonate far beyond Hounslow. Demand for local open space is also demonstrated by the overwhelming demand for allotments. In the London Borough of Hounslow, there is unprecedented demand, with around 900 residents on waiting list and the existing provision at around 100% capacity. At a regional level, the picture is the same, where space is lost across London to inappropriate development and is not suitably replaced. By contrast, the proposed development of flats is not needed. The inquiry heard from Ruth Cadbury, Member of Parliament for Brentford and Isleworth, who stated that the London Borough of Hounslow is exceeding its housing targets, including for affordable housing. Councillor Shaheen for Isleworth Ward confirmed that the borough can meet its housing demands on brownfield sites. The Hounslow Planning Committee said that they have never approved housing development on a greenfield site. This appeal should not be the exception. Responsible development is happening at pace and in a manner that is welcome in the local area. The Society's position is that the value of the appeal site as local open space lies in its green, undeveloped nature, irrespective of its use as allotments, contributing to a tranquil environment, improved air quality, and a natural green buffer which allows wildlife to inhabit and commute undisturbed. These qualities exist regardless of how the space is used and functions, which is reflected in the London Plan, which states, and I quote, "Open spaces, particularly those planned, designed and managed as green infrastructure, provide a range of social, health and environmental benefits and are a vital component to London's infrastructure. All types of open space, regardless of their function, are valuable in their ability to connect Londoners to open spaces at the neighbourhood level. Green spaces are especially important for improving wildlife corridors." Therefore, the appellant's repeated attempts to draw focus on what it views to be the appeal site's lack of public accessibility and recreational amenity in an attempt to diminish its value is misconceived. When the appellant sought to appeal the site's designation as an asset of community value at the first-tier tribunal, the appellant claimed that as the appeal site was not open and available for general community use, it could not be said to have community value. And it's worth noting that the Isleworth Society submitted both ACV applications and made submissions in this appeal. Rejecting that proposition, Judge Findlay concluded, "I am satisfied that allotment land not only provides recreation and food for its direct users, but also provides community benefits as green space with the concomitant benefits to air quality and visual amenity. This is particularly so in a heavily built-up area like Hounslow. Further, and importantly, it is widely recognised, and I find that allotment land contributes very considerably to biodiversity in respect of both flora and fauna. Birds and insects thrive on such land, and it is recognised habitat for, in particular, rare plant species. I do not need to dwell on the benefit to the local community in general of such biodiversity. In conclusion, the community derive such value irrespective of the site's use as allotments and irrespective of whether that community have direct access to the appeal site. Throughout this inquiry, the appellant has repeatedly threatened that should this appeal dismiss, the appeal site would be closed by the trustees of the land to allotment users due to a sterilising effect on development potential of public interest in the allotments. The Isleworth Society notes the previous inspector's comment, and this comment has been cited in the closing submissions of both the Council and the Park Road Allotment Association. But it's worth stressing again, I cannot understand why the estate would choose to do so if this appeal fails, since that would be in nobody's interests and would hardly add to the record of good custodianship of its land in the area. In cross-examination, Pauline Roberts repeatedly evaded the question of whether closing the appeal site for allotment use was consistent or inconsistent with the Duke's record of good custodianship of land in the area. We accept that this is ultimately a decision for the landowner to make. The appellant has sought to maintain that this would be a decision of the Northumberland Estates trustees and not a personal decision of the Duke of Northumberland. However, we do note that the current Duke of Northumberland is personally named as a sole registered owner in one of the titles, which covers the allotments. Furthermore, as set out in the Northumberland Estates statement accompanying this application, the Northumberland Estates is defined as the name given to the trusts and business interests of the Duke of Northumberland. Therefore, it is a matter for the Duke whether to close the appeal site to allotment use, but importantly, he's not free to choose to destroy over 70% of local open space. We agree with the Council and the Park Road Allotment Association's position that the proposed provision of a number of smaller growing spaces in what would be approximately 1/3 of the current allotment site for a period of only 50 years does not equate to equivalent or better provision. Importantly, however, the magnitude of the loss of local open space agreed by all parties to equate to 71%, cannot from any view amount to equivalent or better provision, and the proposed allotment provision cannot mitigate against that. If this open space were lost, it could never be restored. This is why national, regional and local policies place such anxious emphasis on preserving and protecting local open space. This will only become rarer and more valuable, especially in built-up and densely populated areas like Hounslow, as our climate irreversibly changes. For the reasons given above, it cannot reasonably be suggested that the proposed loss of local open space is of little weight or significance in the planning balance. Rather, it is the price that the community would pay for a property development with no community need or justification, and which the appellant has not proven is necessary to maintain the Scion estate, and thus it has no other purpose than to further the Northumberland estate's private commercial interests. It is the Isleworth Society's submission that the proposed planning application is the antithesis of responsible development. Secondly, on heritage. This appeal raises significant concern in respect of heritage matters. The council, through its local plan, has observed that the borough's heritage assets are irreplaceable resources and are particularly sensitive to change and development, requiring special protection and careful treatment to sustain their value and importance for future generations. Development can impinge on the settings of the most important assets, whilst the value of lesser ones can be whittled away through attrition and incremental change. The appeal site lies within the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area, And within that conservation area is a grouping of heritage assets of importance both locally and nationally. When taken together, they define the conservation area's character and appearance. Section 72 of the Planning Act 1990 requires decision makers to pay special attention to preserving and enhancing the character or appearance of that area. In a similar vein, the setting of heritage assets is of central importance to their significance. The NPPF requires that the significance of heritage assets must be considered with thought given to the contribution made by their setting. The NPPF definition of significance makes clear significance derives not only from a heritage asset's physical appearance, but also from its setting. The Historic Environment section of the National Planning Policy Guidance further provides the extent and importance of setting is often expressed by reference to the visual relationship between the asset and the proposed development and associated visual and physical considerations. Although views of or from an asset will play an important part in the assessment of impacts on setting, the way in which we experience an asset in its setting is also influenced by other environmental factors, such as noise, dust, smell, and vibration from other land uses in the vicinity, and by our understanding of the historic relationship between places. For example, buildings that are in close proximity but are not visible from each other may have a historic or aesthetic connection that amplifies the experience of the significance of each. So on significance, firstly, so you're invited to find that firstly, the appeal site makes a significant positive contribution to the character and significance of the conservation area. And as such, the appeal site makes a positive contribution to the significance of listed assets within that conservation area, namely along Park Road and within Old Isleworth, due to the prominence of setting to their significance. So firstly, to the conservation area. To inform an understanding of what the conservation area is and why it's important, regard must be had to the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area appraisal, which I'll refer to from now on just as the appraisal, which during the Heritage Roundtable the Council confirmed has been formally adopted. The specific significance of the appeal site to the character and conservation area is described in the appraisal's SWOT analysis section, and that's provided to summarise the main issues within the conservation area under the strength section. It provides the Park Road allotments provide a green buffer to the riverside settlement, separating it from the more urban areas to the north. Nick Bridgeland, the Appellant's heritage expert, has sought to undermine the appraisal by noting that its reference to the Park Road allotments, adopted between the Northumberland Estate's previous appeal and this appeal, is a departure from the previous Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area statement. Now, regardless of the cause for such a change, if anything, this change is an important consideration for this inquiry because its express inclusion in the appraisal that's currently adopted and in force is now a material consideration. Noting that the appeal site was not incorporated into the conservation area at the time of the previous appeal, it follows that this provides new ground upon which you could find significant harm to the conservation area. The green buffer provided by the appeal site is integral to the character of the conservation area, acting as a visual screen and a physical space separating old and new buildings in the conservation area, and also offers quiet green space, marking an aesthetic and experiential transition when walking down Park Road towards Old Isleworth. In the Heritage Roundtable, Nick Bridgeland accepted the idea that the appeal site acts as a, in his words, breathing space before one gets to Syon House and Old Isleworth. The appeal site also contributes to the historic character of the conservation area. For the last 100 years, the appeal site has been used by the local community as allotments, providing an important link between the present and the past's market garden heritage. Whether or not the appeal site itself was ever a market garden is not that relevant. It's not disputed that the site was in agricultural or rural use, and that the area generally was known for its market gardens. And as an aside, it's important to note that David Laurie's proof of evidence on behalf of the Isleworth Society was withdrawn because he was not in a position to attend the hearings, not because of a tacit acceptance of Nick Bridgeland's rebuttal proof of evidence on this point. More broadly, the appeal site contributes to the riverside character of the conservation area. Historic maps show that this green buffer between the concentration of settlement around the river area and the area to the north of All Saints Church has always been an important feature of Isleworth's landscape. The inquiry heard how Isleworth exists due to the trading routes taking food grown in Isleworth along the river to feed the City of London. The Isleworth Society's submission is that once this historic context of the conservation area is taken into consideration, this value of the appeal site as a green buffer takes on even deeper significance. The appeal site's significance to the character and appearance of the conservation area also speaks to the setting and therefore the significance of heritage assets within that conservation area. Their setting and grouping are informed by and contributed to by this green buffer, setting them apart from suburbia and building concentration. The boundary wall to Syon Park and the Porter's Lodge at Syon House, which lie along Park Road, are both listed heritage assets. They are also within the conservation area. These heritage assets were the subject of consideration in the Heritage Round Table, which focused on the views along Park Road. When asked about the significance of the boundary wall, Mr. Bridgeland spoke of the wall being fronted in the park by a bank of trees, and that its significance in terms of setting included its continuity and extent. Mr. Bridgeland spoke of the ability to appreciate the scale and extent of the boundary wall as it runs all the way along Park Road and to the north. He concluded, on that basis, the relationship with the road is important as a marker of how the landscape was reformed in the 1750s. It follows that the boundary wall and the Porter's Lodge derive their significance in large part to their setting. It is the Isleworth Society's submission that the sequential views along Park Road, including the appeal site, and the relationship between the wall and the bank of trees lining the boundary of Syon Park, and Park Road and its bank of trees mirroring that boundary, contribute both towards its historic significance and the asset's setting. More broadly, the appraisal locates and labels the allotments site within the old Isleworth character area and describes this setting in the following way. Park Road runs southward from London and Twickenham roads and is bounded on its east side by the high brick wall and mature trees of Syon Park. All Saints Churchyard, the Park Road allotments, and Isleworth Cemetery are an important grouping of green open spaces which contribute to the character of the conservation area. This analysis also features in the Council's Urban Context and Character Study, which reiterates the grouping of All Saints Churchyard, Park Road allotments, and the Park Road Cemetery provides a historic open space with a woodland of mature trees, shrubs, hedges, allotment spaces, and, due to the limited footfall, a much valued wildlife haven. Therefore, the setting and therefore the significance of the heritage assets of All Saints Church cannot be understood without acknowledging its grouping with and relationship to the Park Road allotments and the cemetery. This grouping also forms part of the character of the conservation area. The inspector is invited to find that the impacts of the development would be 1, the loss of that green buffer, 2, development of a scale and proportion which is not in keeping with the conservation area. And 3, it would cause a change to views along Park Road. We submit that these impacts would harm the character and appearance of the conservation area, and these impacts would harm the setting of listed assets within that conservation area, namely those along Park Road and within Old Isleworth. So firstly, on the loss of the green buffer, put simply, this proposed development would result in the loss of this important green buffer between surrounding more urbanised development and that of Old Isleworth and the historic banks of the River Thames. This would significantly harm both how the conservation area is seen and experienced for the reasons previously described. Secondly, incongruous scale and proportion. The Isleworth Society invites the inspector to further find that the proposed development harms the character of the conservation area because of its scale and proportion, which is not in keeping with the surrounding area. The council's local plan notes that any development within or affecting a conservation area must conserve and take opportunities to enhance the character of that area and respect the grain, scale, form and proportions and materials of the surrounding area and existing structure. The appraisal's SWOT analysis section identifies a series of relevant threats to the conservation area. One threat is development which fails to respect the character of the conservation area, detail and scale, historic relationship with street. And another threat is the effect of higher density residential and tall buildings of alien bulk and mass on the existing character of small scale buildings and small grain layouts, especially in relation to the landscape at Sion. Landscape architect Mike Spencer's evidence is that the visualizations provided by the appellant do not present an accurate sense of scale and proportion, casting extreme doubt on the sufficiencies of the appellant's evidence and raising concerns about the unacceptable impact on the conservation area and heritage assets due to the inappropriate scale and proportion of the development. This is for the following reasons. 1. The appellant has used different scales for existing and proposed elevations, which obscures effective comparisons, which Mike Spence considers to be misleading, as it makes existing buildings appear larger, whilst the proposed dwellings appear smaller. 2. The approach taken to the appellant's visualizations make the proposed development appear smaller and further away from each viewpoint because of the 24mm tilt shift lens used. The point of perspective is shifted to the sky, reducing the impact of taller buildings in the view. 3. 4 of the 6 viewpoints selected by the appellant do not suggest any view of the development. 4. The presentation of the appellant's images is 27% of the minimum size specified. And 5, the photography was all taken in conditions where the trees have leaves, and no comparative winter views with no leaf cover has been provided, despite opportunities over the years since the planning application was submitted. On that basis, sir, you're invited to agree with Mike Spence that the proposed development will result in the harm to the current urban morphology of the conservation area. Existing local buildings, for example, on Park Road and Snowyfield Away, including Charlotte House, a residential care home, measure between 8 metres and 9.5 metres tall. The proposed development would be 6.5 metres to 8 metres taller than neighbouring properties and is therefore without precedent locally. The only structure taller would be the All Saints Church bell tower. On this point, we reiterate the importance that the council places on the grouping of the appeal site, All Saints Church, and the cemetery to the character and appearance of the conservation area described above, and the point that an understanding of setting is not purely about views. Importantly, it's important for the appellant to prove that the proposed development would not have an unacceptable impact, Because of the insufficiency of the appellant's visualisation evidence on this matter, the extent of the impact in terms of the scale and proportion of the proposed development cannot be answered definitively. In addition to the harm that this may cause to the conservation area, during the Heritage Roundtable discussion, the impact on the setting of All Saints Church was raised. In particular, Mr. Bridgeton was taken to Mike Spencer's alternative visualisations at point D1 and D2 in the All Saints Churchyard. Mr. Bridgeton accepted that there was the potential to see elements of the new development from that churchyard. The Isleworth Society submits that reliant on the appellant's visualisations from its viewpoint D would lead to a false sense of reassurance about the proposed development's scale and proportion, and would therefore lack of impact to the setting of heritage assets within the conservation area. This lack of reassurance is concerning. Thirdly, visual impact along Park Road. In his evidence to the Heritage Roundtable, Mike Spence explained that the sequence of visualisations along Park Road toward Old Isleworth from viewpoint F and F1, viewpoint B and B1, and lastly viewpoint A, assisted in showing the relationship of the wall, mature trees inside the wall, and mature trees on Park Road. This emphasis on sequential views accords with the appraisal, which identifies the following key views in the conservation area: panoramas of Syon Park, the River Thames and its associated features and small open spaces, views along streets, often terminated by significant buildings, and serial vision sequences and kinetic views which combine attributes of both the above. The roundtable discussion about views along Park Road centred on the proposed development's impact on trees lining the road. In summarising the value of this sequence of visualisations on heritage matters, Mike Spencer's opinion was that the visualisations show the importance of trees on the other side of the road for framing that view to Syon Park as you get closer. This is reflected in the appraisal, which notes that trees add a great deal to the urban scene and are particularly well established along stretches of Park Road. The appellant's tree removal plan is contained within its arboricultural impact assessment. It shows all the mature trees with full canopies along the south end of Park Road, T1 to T7, and tree groupings G1 would be removed should the planning application be approved. One group of trees, T8 to T12, would be retained, and at the north end of Park Road, all the remaining mature trees would be removed. The extent of mature tree removal is substantial. Mike Spencer's evidence explores the proposed situation at year 1 in winter. Proposed replacement trees would measure around 5.5 metres in height, and it would take 50 years to restore the extent of current tree cover. The inspector observed in the round table that trees could only be planted in the gaps between the blocks of flats, providing, in his words, fairly limited space for replacement trees to flourish. Sir, you are invited to agree with the following of Mike Spencer's expert opinions given in the Heritage Roundtable discussion. First, that the removal of mature trees along Park Road would change the setting of the wall as viewed from the entrance to Syon House. 2, that the mismatch of scale of planting, where any removed trees would be replaced, would be a major change. And 3, that the significance of the loss of those trees will change that townscape and historic character of that wall and Park Road. It is the Isleworth Society's submission, based on Mike Spencer's evidence to this inquiry, that these proposed changes would be directly harmful both to those listed assets' setting and therefore their significance, and because of their location would constitute a further direct harm to the conservation area should the planning application be approved. To briefly look at the proposed benefits of heritage, the heritage benefit of the proposed development is claimed to be income from the development to fund the repair and restoration works to Syon House. The Isleworth Society respectfully adopts the council submission on this matter and adds the following comment. First, the appraisal identifies a key threat to the conservation area as inappropriate enabling development in Syon Park, which provides an income stream to the estate but harms heritage assets of the wider conservation area. And it's important to note that although this is not enabling development, the concern identified in the appraisal is relevant here. And secondly, to suggest that the decision on whether to permit development of the appeal site seals the long-term fate of Syon House is disingenuous. The appellant has an enormous portfolio and multiple profitable revenue streams, which we've heard about, from which it could fund repairs to Syon House. In framing this benefit in this way, the appellant is peddling a fiction that the local community effectively has to choose between two valued local community assets. That is not and should not be the case. Therefore, taking a step back and considering the overall heritage balance, so you're invited to find that the appeal site forms an important part of the conservation area and positively contributes to its character and appearance. The appeal site positively contributes to the setting, thereby the significance of heritage assets within the conservation area, namely the Boundary Wall, the Porter's Lodge and All Saints Church. The proposed development would result in the following impacts: the loss of the green buffer, development of incongruous scale and proportion, and changes to the views along Park Road due to tree removal. Such impacts would substantially harm both the character and appearance of the conservation area, to which again I emphasise that special attention must be paid, and harm the designated heritage assets within it. These combined harms should be afforded considerable importance and weight. By contrast, the heritage benefit, for all the reasons given by the Council, should be attributed little weight. Overall, the heritage benefit is weighted against the proposal. Finally, to look at ecology, and our submissions on ecology are twofold: firstly on biodiversity net gain, and secondly on habitats and species. On biodiversity net gain, at a national level, the NPPF provides if significant harm to biodiversity resulting from the development cannot be avoided, adequately mitigated, or as a last resort compensated for, then planning permission should be refused. At a regional level, policy G6 of the London Plan provides development proposals should manage impacts on biodiversity and aim to secure net biodiversity gain. And I emphasise, this should be informed by the best available ecological information and addressed from the start of the development process. At a local level, local plan policy GB7 provides that development should only be permitted where, and again I emphasise, it can be shown that significant adverse impact on biodiversity is avoided, mitigated, or at a last resort, compensated. Importantly, all the above policies require the appellant to evidence the impact on biodiversity of the proposed development. It's our submission, sir, that you should attach no weight to the appellant's evidence in support of its position that the proposed development can deliver biodiversity net gain, BNG, for the following reasons. Firstly, the appellant relies entirely upon evidence from Mr. Loke on BNG. His evidence only emerged in Appendix 4 of Pauline Roberts' rebuttal proof of evidence. Mr. Loke was only instructed in this matter in July 2023, and importantly, it transpires that he's never visited the appeal site. The BNG report of Mr. Loke was prepared in draft form for the appellant at the same time in July 2023. Before this point, it's not been suggested that the appellant had sight of any alternative BNG report. As such, the appellant had no BNG evidence when submitting its planning application or when writing its statement of case and proofs of evidence. The finalised version of the BNG report is cited in Appendix 4 of Pauline Roberts' proof of evidence, but was not in fact appended nor disclosed to the parties. Mr. Loke has since clarified that a finalised version was provided to the appellant after he drafted those rebuttal submissions citing that report, i.e. after he drafted his report. The BNG appendix recently disclosed is only a summary. The appellant has not provided any of the data underlying its BNG appendix. Mr. Loke's report states that the maximum on-site biodiversity net gains that the scheme can deliver, minus 3.57 habitat units and plus 1.17 hedgerow units. And again, he refers to that appendix, which we know was only in draft form at that point. The BNG appendix summary only offers a cover sheet by way of explanation and not the BNG calculation itself. In his reply, Mr. Loke makes reference to the use of a DEFRA BIA calculator version 4 metric, which we assume is a typo, and refers to the DEFRA's BNG metrics. But no methodology or calculations are provided, so it cannot be open to objective scrutiny by the parties to the inquiry or the inspector. Even with limited BNG information for at least one calculation on hedgerows, the maths simply does not add up. Accordingly, we submit that the appellant's failure to provide sufficient evidence on BNG is in conflict with the aforementioned policies, which I re-emphasise place weight on evidencing BNG. In examination in chief, Pauline Roberts for the appellant affirmed that BNG must be given significant weight in the planning balance because it's a national objective coming into force in November this year as a priority, and not to give that information significant weight serves as a disincentive for BNG to be provided prior to that. The Isleworth Society agrees with the appellant that the BNG should be given significant weight in the planning balance. In our submission, the appellant's breach of local, regional and national policies on biodiversity by failing to evidence whether the proposed developments deliver BNG should be afforded significant weight in the planning balance in favour of dismissing this appeal. Finally, to habitats and species. The appellant accepts that the appeal site is of local importance to foraging and commuting bats, badger, breeding birds, invertebrates, and the European hedgehog. The NPPF provides that in order to protect and enhance biodiversity, plans should, and I place emphasis on, identify, map, and safeguard components of local wildlife-rich habitats and wider ecological networks, wildlife corridors and stepping stones that connect them. Firstly, to consider bats. It's important to note that all bats are designated and protected as European protected species under Schedule 2 of the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017. The Ecology report found that the appeal site was of local value to foraging and commuting bats. It found that there will be a loss of suitable foraging and commuting habitat for bats, and that there will be impacts associated with noise, vibration and lighting, which have a potential to disturb roosting, foraging and commuting bats. And there will also be an increase in lighting post-development, which may cause long-term disturbance to bats on the site and in the local area. The Isleworth Society submits that the appellant has insufficient evidence to support Mr. Loke's contention in his response that the appeal site only supports common bat species in low and unremarkable numbers. The assessments carried out by Ecology for the appellant, one battery climbing assessment in December 2015 and two ground level tree assessments in June 2018 and October 2020, were designed to understand which habitats on site are more or less likely to support roosting activity, not foraging or commuting activity. In 2015, the Ecology report concluded the habitats within the site are assessed as having local value for foraging and commuting bats. This conclusion did not prompt any subsequent surveys to understand the extent of foraging and commuting bat activity. Mr. Loke claims that further survey work would not be proportionate and would not yield any information contrary to what has already been concluded within the Ecology report. However, if all the Ecology surveys conducted thus far are inappropriate to determine foraging and commuting activity, and noting that the Ecology survey was conducted in winter, then it's not clear how this conclusion is logically sustainable. By contrast, local naturalist Grace Gray's bat surveys using handheld equipment in February 2023 recorded 3 bat species, Lislers, common pipistrelle and soprano pipistrelle, with around 30 to 40 passes. And Alison Fiore's static bat detection survey in June 2023 also recorded common and soprano pipistrelle bat registrations from the early evening and throughout the night over the site. The appellant has not attempted any similar surveys. Accordingly, without knowledge of the nature and extent of foraging and commuting activity, the appellant has no evidential basis upon which to assert that the proposed development and any mitigation measures will protect commuting and foraging bats. The appellant has no sense of where commuting corridors are, where bats forage on the appeal site, exactly which species visit the appeal site, in what numbers, and when. Given the magnitude of this development, consisting of multiple apartment blocks, some close to 20 metres high, across the majority of the appeal site, this lack of investigation in this regard is irresponsible and alarming. As such, the Society invite you, sir, to conclude that you cannot be satisfied that the development will have a negligible impact on protected bat species. In a similar vein, the appellant has failed to appropriately identify and map habitats on the appeal site in order to understand the impact on amphibian and invertebrate species. There are currently 4 ponds on the appeal site, and as raised by my learned friend, in his response to written questions, Mr. Loke stated that those attending the appeal site in July 2023 identified, noted and photographed those ponds, but we note that those ponds are not mentioned in his report and they are not mentioned in the previous Ecology report. Mr. Loke has provided no explanation for this omission. Mr. Loke states that at least 3 of the 4 referenced water bodies have been purposefully created within the year, and you've heard the Park Road Allotment Group's submissions to you on this point. We also do not accept this allegation and note that the email communications referred to in support of Mr. Loke's allegation have not been provided. Grace Gray's report, dated the 1st of March 2021, so a couple of years ago, observes as follows: there are 4 ponds, all holding water, all year. 20 years ago, those ponds were all in place. They are topped up all year round in case of drought. This omission has meant that no wildlife surveys have been carried out, either by Ecology or FPCR, to ascertain the importance of these ponds in supporting any reptile, amphibian or insect species. Mr. Loke's analysis in paragraphs 1.36 to 1.55 to support his conclusion that the ponds on the appeal site are not, in his professional opinion, considered to provide important habitats for either amphibians or invertebrates. Rather, they constitute poor quality habitat, offering only limited resource to local wildlife, is purely speculative. The appellant cannot know about the existence of species in these water bodies without visiting the appeal site and carrying out the appropriate surveys. If those surveys had been carried out, it is likely that they would have identified local amphibian species. In his response, Mr. Loke accepts that those ponds are suitable for foraging and potential hibernation habitat does exist on the appeal site. And informal surveys of the appeal site show this to be the case. Again, Grace Gray has observed frogs and toads, and we note that the common toad is a species of principal importance under Section 41 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act. And Alison Fior has recorded smooth newts in one of the ponds. In the absence of adequate survey evidence, the inspector cannot be satisfied that the proposed development will not compromise the habitats of local amphibian and invertebrate species, some of which could be legally protected. We just won't ever know. Overall, ecological issues have not been sufficiently explored on the site, which the Ecology report accepts is of local value in many respects. The appellant's failure to sufficiently identify and map local wildlife-rich habitats conflicts with paragraph 179 of the NPPF. Further, given the degree of doubt on ecology matters, we invite the inspector to find that the appellant has not done enough to show that the proposed development will not unacceptably or irrevocably harm local species, some of which are legally protected, and that should carry weight against the appellant in the planning balance. So, to conclude, the inspector is invited to conclude the following. First, local open space. The unacceptable loss of local open space conflicts with the local development plan as well as regional and national policy. The level of harm thereby arising is cause alone to reject this appeal. Heritage. In light of the submissions made at paragraph 46 on the overall heritage balance, the resultant significant planning harm to heritage generates a strong presumption against development. And third, on ecology and biodiversity, the appellant has not shown that the overall effect of the proposals on biodiversity would be positive. We submit that this is in conflict with the development plan, as well as regional and national policy, which is a significant planning harm. The appellant's proposed development is exactly the type of irresponsible and needless development that the modern planning system is designed to protect against. This system provides vital safeguards at every level, national, regional, and local, against development which would irreversibly compromise local open space, heritage assets, and local biodiversity. The openness and transparency of the planning system, engaging members of the public at every level, rightly centres local communities at the heart of planning decisions. Once planning decisions are made and the legal infrastructure has been lifted, the local community has to live with the consequences. The strength of local opposition in this appeal, voiced at every turn through petitions, marching, opposition letters and statements, has made it abundantly clear that the consequences of the proposed development are intolerable to the community. Throughout this appeal, the appellant has sought in their terms to depersonalise the issues. In their view, a personal approach would not be fair or reasonable. But the actions of the appellant over the past decade or so, with repeated planning applications, resisting ACV designation, refusing to let vacant plots, and by threatening to force the closure of the allotments forever, has unnecessarily led to this issue becoming deeply felt by allotment holders and the local community. Moreover, the appellant has sought to frame this issue as a choice between two local assets that no one could deny are of personal significance to local residents. With a residential portfolio of some 100,000 acres spanning the length of the country from the borders of Scotland to the banks of the Thames, it is just not right that one small 3-acre allotment site determines the future of Syon House. Therefore, sir, for those reasons, we respectfully invite you to uphold the views and wishes of the local community, both Rule 6 parties and the Council, to reject this appeal. Thank you.
So just to say that you're on mute at the moment.
Sorry, my apologies for that. I just clarify one point at paragraph 41. I did question the development and the gaps, and I asked all parties rather, to suggest how those gaps, in terms of the spacing and extent of development, how that could be described. So those words there are not my firm conclusion, but the consensus between the parties at the time. So
Understood, sir.
yeah, okay, thank you for that. Right, okay. My suggestion is we have some sort of short break. It's a slightly unusual time. Can I just check if the parties are sort of amenable to a 15 to 20-minute break rather than formally breaking for an hour or so for lunch? Is that a better approach?
It's fine from our perspective.
Yeah. Miss Murphy, you're due to go next. Are you happy with a 15, 20-minute break?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, right. Well, let's say 1:10 we'll resume then. So the inquiry is adjourned till 1:10. Thank you. PINS HQ in terms of your closing, Ms. Murphy?
If I could just take a moment, I'm going to send
Yeah,
them.
sure. Okay, thank you. I'm hoping, and I have emailed the case officer to say, please look out for it. If it doesn't come, there's about 2 or 3 other case officers that I can get hold of to go looking for it. So the case officer should be on standby. So we'll let the various workings happen, hopefully. In the meantime, there's one thing I was going to raise at the end, but I'll do it now and make use of time. The framework was changed last week, and I was just going to double check whether any of the 4 parties wanted to raise anything in terms of the revisions with me.
So not from our point of view. The paragraph numbering, mercifully, hasn't changed. So from our point of view, there's nothing else that we would add to our submissions.
Okay, Ms. Murphy, anything from no? Okay, and similarly, Ms. McCann, Ms. Nevin, no, nothing for you. Okay, all right. Yeah, it wasn't. We weren't aware of the changes either, so it came as quite a surprise to us. So yes, or to me anyway. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just waiting for. Has your closings gone, Miss Murphy? Okay, I'm just bear with me a couple of minutes, and I'm just going to email a couple of other people to see if they can fish it out, just in case the case officer wasn't on standby. So please bear with me for a minute or so.
Just while that happens, I'm going to make my apologies in advance because I'm at home with 2 lively dogs. And their favourite sport, when there's anybody who comes anywhere near the door, is to bark with enthusiasm. So if you hear a woof and then my microphone goes off, you'll know what's happened, and I'll just wait until the woofing subsides and then turn the microphone back on again. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, by all means. Thank you for that. If you do need a minute or so's adjournment to calm them down or whatever, then by all means.
Just to check that the other barristers have got the submissions now. Yeah,
I have, thank you.
Right, I've just forwarded an urgent email to 2 case management officers who I know have access to the case officer's inbox, and just said this is immediate. If I don't get a response in 5 minutes, I'll be on the phone to them. My apologies. I've got it. Right, that's come through. So thank you. That's got it, and I've opened it. So when you're ready, Miss Murphy.
Thank you, sir. These closing submissions on behalf of Northumberland Estates should be read together with its opening submissions dated the 31st of July of this year, which are relied on in full. They're structured so as to respond to the identified main issues in the case, but there are 4 important points which require to be emphasised at the outset and will be addressed in detail through the course of these submissions. The first is that the appeal development on its own merits is excellent. It's beautifully designed with creative, thoughtful and high quality landscaping. It comprises market housing, which is sorely needed in London, plus 40% affordable housing, and in addition secures key worker housing for the next door hospital. It's promoted in the genuine belief that it would be an attractive, brilliantly well-functioning development, which not only provides homes for people, but secures allotment use, and that it would prove a legacy to be proud of, notwithstanding the current opposition to it. Secondly, that the income from the development goes to fund works to the Grade 1 listed Scion House. The terms of the Section 106 planning obligation, which have been agreed with the Council, provide that the income from the development rent, will be spent on an extensive list of heritage works, also agreed in the 4th schedule, spanning a 20-year period, which may extend if the development income is insufficient in any specific year. Thirdly, that in the absence of the scheme, the realistic fallback is no allotment use and no public access. It has been established through evidence to the inquiry that this land was initially permitted to be used for allotments during a time when the country was at war. It was never available for sale in light of its development potential and has only ever been let. It has no statutory status. It is not, and never has been, statutory allotment land. It has never been promised or secured for the long term. All that seems to have been completely ignored by objectors. Objectors have been highly critical of Northumberland Estates for promoting a planning application on its own land after allotment-related leases and licences have all come to an end. The sense of entitlement pervading the objections is misplaced. There has never been any permanent entitlement to use the land as allotments, and had that been secured by the Council, either a market value payment on a sale or the same level of compensation for compulsory purchase would have been paid, and that would have reflected any hope value for development. In a country with a mature and settled framework of land rights, these are familiar, basic, but important principles. As is detailed later on, circumstances have changed materially since the previous appeal inquiry, and that should be reflected in the decision. Finally, this is a case in which the professional officers of the Council recommended the grant of planning permission. They were satisfied that the appellant had overcome the concerns expressed by the previous inspector and had retained the design quality he had been impressed by. An employee of the same department who had been employed at the time of the departmental recommendation was put in the invidious position of being called as a witness to oppose the scheme. No personal criticism is made, but it is evident that there were factors, such as the excellent design of the scheme, which in his defence of members' objections, he simply omitted from the planning balance he reached. Those points made, the issues arising are addressed in the following order. First, I deal with open space, then heritage, other than Scion House, ecology, including bats, conditions, Section 106 planning obligation, compliance with the development plan as a whole, before then turning to scheme benefits, sign house, the delivery of housing, design, biodiversity net gain, other benefits, and the overall planning balance. Open space is first then, and the background, specifically the history of the use of the appeal site for allotments. In January 1917, during the First World War, a petition signed by residents excuse me, was sent to the local council asking that land in the Duke of Northumberland's ownership and used for grazing be acquired for allotments. In March of the same year, the Middlesex Chronicle reported that the council surveyor had been authorised to negotiate a lease for 3 acres fronting Park Road for that purpose. The negotiation was successful and a lease was granted. Note that although local residents had wanted the land to be purchased rather than rented, there was no suggestion on the council's part at that stage that it would try to buy the land to secure it for the longer term as allotments. It continued to be rented by the council in the years that followed. By 1947, the land at Park Road was fully cultivated as allotments, and that can be seen in an aerial view, so which you saw as part of Mr. Bridgeland's evidence. And I'll come back to that a bit later on. In 1969, the council did consider acquiring the land permanently. It wrote to ask whether there was any preparedness to sell the freehold interest in the Park Road land for statutory allotment purposes. At that time, the letter noted there were 37 allotments on the land, of which 35 were tenanted and several were in an overgrown condition. The professional advice to the Duke was that the land had development potential and should not be sold. That advice was followed, and the council was told that the Duke was not interested in selling his land. Though there are compulsory purchase powers available to the council and have been since at least 1925, the council's never even suggested that it might acquire the land compulsorily. There's nothing to indicate it so much as considered that approach, although had it done so successfully, and of course there's no guarantee it would have succeeded, it could have secured the land as statutory allotments. A statutory allotment is a very different legal creature to ordinary land, which is rented and used for allotments. As explained in the legal note appended to Miss Roberts' evidence, and not the subject of any disagreement, not all land which has been used as allotments is the subject of equivalent levels of protection in either procedural or substantive terms. Where a local authority has purchased or appropriated land for use as allotments, that land has the protection of Section 8 of the Allotments Act of 1925. It's a significant degree of protection, and in those circumstances the local authority as landowner shall not sell, appropriate, use or dispose of the land for any purpose other than use for allotments without the consent of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, and such consent may be given unconditionally or subject to such conditions as the Minister thinks fit, but shall not be given unless the Minister is satisfied that adequate provision will be made for allotment holders displaced by the action of the local authority, or that such provision is unnecessary or not reasonably practicable. Where land is privately owned and has been used as allotments under licence, it's not subject to that protection, hence the modern asset of community value application process, but that's a mechanism delaying sale only and doesn't provide remotely equivalent protection to the 1925 Act. There's no requirement under either regime to make adequate provision for allotment holders who are displaced, which is what would be needed if the land was statutory allotment land. The council cannot achieve, via development management policy, the same level of statutory protection as afforded by the Allotments Act of 1925, and nor can local policy. To confer that status and corresponding effects, land must be owned or appropriated pursuant to the Act. Hence, even putting aside that fallback position, it cannot be that if compensatory land were to be required, the only appropriate land would be replacement adequate provision for displaced allotment users at the time of the decision. That's what would apply if Section 8 was engaged, but it's not. And yet, this seems to be the council's approach to the without prejudice discussions on conditions, irrespective of the correct fallback position and irrespective of its own duty in relation to the provision of sufficient allotment land, which I'll come to. And the use of conditions is dealt with in a separate subject, a separate section rather, in these submissions on that. As I've noted, there's never been any permanent entitlement to use the land as allotments, and had that been secured by the council, the appellant would have been properly compensated for it. Although underlying the position of objectors is a belief that there's a duty on the part of the appellant to provide land to be used as allotments, in fact, the only party to the inquiry who's under a statutory duty to provide allotments is the council. And this was a matter of agreement with Mr. Hall in cross-examination. It is, in addition, explained in Hounslow's allotment strategy, which refers to a statutory duty on local authorities to provide allotments in certain circumstances, and that's section 23, which I needn't read out, so you can note. Q. And therefore, as Mr. Hall had to accept in cross-examination, the council is under a statutory duty to provide the population of Hounslow with allotments if there's demand for them. It follows that to the extent that there's an existing shortfall, per Mr. Hall's extensive evidence on the subject, it is the council's responsibility to address it. As far back as 1925, Parliament entrusted the provision of allotments to local authorities, not through noblesse oblige, but by taxpayers paying for it. It'll be understood that Mr. Shaheen, who's a councillor but spoke in a personal capacity, is the portfolio holder for recreation, public spaces and parking, and therefore in his councillor role is responsible for ensuring a sufficiency of allotment land in the borough. Therefore, while of course respecting the difference between his personal opinion and one expressed on behalf of the council, material weight in my submission can be placed on his evidence in cross-examination that the council's strategy, which looks to significantly increase allotment capacity in the borough, has a reasonable prospect of succeeding. So, as matters stand, the appellant cannot be compelled via development management policy or at all to allow its land to be put to use as allotments. The fallback position in this case is important, and it's addressed now. It's long established that it is necessary to consider whether there is a fallback use, that is to say, whether there is a lawful ability to undertake such a use, whether there's a likelihood or real prospect of such a use occurring, and if the answer to the second question is yes, a comparison must be made between the proposed development and the fallback use. In terms of what will amount to a real prospect, the basic principle is that for a prospect to be a real prospect, it doesn't have to be probable or likely, a possibility will suffice. There's clear evidence in this case as to the fallback position. Ms. Roberts confirmed what had been said in opening on behalf of the appellant. There is, at the very least, a real prospect that there would be no allotment use at the Park Road site and that it would be managed as part of the wider Scion estate. And that is because, as Ms. Roberts confirmed, the land is privately owned. It has in the past been the subject of a lease to the council for allotment use. Laterally, it was licensed directly by the appellant to individual plot holders. The appellant gave notice to determine the allotment licenses so that they came to an end in September 2021. This is a significant change since the previous inquiry, which was in 2018. At that time, there were extant licenses. The appellant has refused to grant any new licenses despite pressure to do so. There is temporarily a preparedness to allow unlicensed access, but that is only pending the possibility of the grant of planning permission and relocation to the newly laid out plots. The appellant hopes that planning permission will be granted, but if not, trustees would be advised to persist with the current policy of not granting new licenses for allotment growing, and in addition, they'd be advised to bring to an end the current arrangement of allowing unlicensed access. That is to avoid the ongoing sterilising effect of active allotment use on the development potential of the site, thus answering the Council's rhetorical question in its submissions at paragraph 40, Little Roman 1. Trustees can be expected to follow that advice as they have to date. In those circumstances, the land would be managed as an extension to the Scion Park estate, consistent with the estate's agricultural and/or ecological objectives, without the need for any new planning permission, or indeed, as Ms. Roberts made clear in her oral evidence, any practical difficulty, bearing in mind the existing management and ground staff employed by the appellant. Material weight must be given to a fallback position which is a real prospect, as distinct from something which is merely theoretical. At the previous appeal, the termination of allotment licenses and bringing allotment use to an end was a theoretical possibility. Circumstances have changed. The realistic fallback now is that there'd be no active allotment use on site. present, some of the allotment land is cultivated on an unlicensed basis, but that is only pending the outcome of the appeal and in recognition of the fact that if planning permission is granted, there'll be new allotment land available to which a transfer can be effected. Hence, the repeated references in Ms Roberts' written evidence to the allotments having been closed since the previous appeal, to which she had to be taken in re-examination, the council having cross-examined as if this point had not been understood. If that is the case, rather than a tactical decision, it's surprising, because the appellant's position has been perfectly clear. By way of example, the appellant's statement of case said there'll be no loss of publicly accessible local open space. When operational, the allotments were only accessible to allotment holders and their friends and family, which limited the public benefit to these members of the local community only. As the allotments are no longer operational, there's no public access to the site. Ms Roberts' main evidence, securing public access to the site where currently there's none. As a private non-statutory allotment, it's the appellant's prerogative to close it as it's now done, save for some continued use on a goodwill basis to previous licence holders. No new licences have been issued since 2021. The existing allotments were non-statutory and could be closed at any time, as they have now been. In the context of the now closed allotments, new provisions should be given significant weight, and see those other references. In re-examination, Mr Hall agreed with the suggestion made to him that it was factually incorrect that the allotments had closed, but that is exactly what's happened. In 2018, plots were available under licence with a term governed by that agreement on the payment of rent. That gave licence holders an entitlement to grow on the land, subject to the terms and conditions of their licence. The position now is different. No rent is being demanded or paid. There's no entitlement to remain, no contractual entitlement at all. The suggestion that this doesn't represent closure and in turn that there's no significant change is untenable. And moreover, references to PRAA's closing to the appellant's duties as landlord fail to recognise the legal position, which is pertained for more than 2 years. Mr Hall did not attempt to gainsay what are, after all, the appellant's own plans, but he said with reference to Ms Roberts' rebuttal evidence, it doesn't say definitively it'll be closed now. Well, at that point, Mr Hall seemed to have lost sight of the fact that a fallback should be given material weight if it's a real prospect. It doesn't need to be a certainty. It cannot be a certainty, because planning permission may be granted, and if so, the fallback will not eventuate at all, whatever it is. Mr Hall went on to contend that the closure of the allotments remains a theoretical possibility, but it's more than that. The appellant has taken steps to that end, as has been described, and the council is in no position to contradict what the appellant says it will do. What all of this reveals is that the council's witness seems not to have realised the importance of the difference between the appellant saying that it could close the allotments in 2018 and actually doing so. The council's evidence on not only GB8 but GB2 seems to have been based on there being an extant allotment use and public access, see Mr Hall's evidence, in particular in his application of GB8. As I've indicated, the realistic fallback in this case is no allotment use and no public access. That forms the correct basis against which to apply open space policy. That's an important difference from the previous appeal, and it needs to be taken into account when considering the utility of the council's conclusions on compliance with the development plan overall and on the planning balance. Before turning to GB8 and GB2 and so on, it's worth reflecting on the importance of the fallback, including now active allotment use, when it comes to decision-making about sites with similar status. If the land is treated as former allotments, the council's treatment of other former allotment land should be considered. See, for example, CDE2, which identifies former allotment sites. Note that there's no material difference, my submission, between a site which has not been an active allotment use for a short period rather than a long period. It remains former allotment land in terms of its categorisation. And it seems likely that the allotment strategy made mention of how long allotment land had been out of use when considering the likelihood of its return to that use, which is not a relevant issue here. The appeal site falls to be treated as former allotments, inaccessible natural or semi-natural green space. The council has had occasion to consider the development potential of such land, bearing in mind the urgent need for housing, affordable housing in particular in London, and again CDE2 is relevant. It's apparent that a decision in principle to release such urban land for redevelopment has been taken against the following criteria, which Mr. Hall accepted in cross-examination: non-use for a period and the possibility of development for housing. That has applied, he confirmed, even where demand for allotments exceeds supply. It rather undermines the unsupported assertion by one local councillor and picked up by TIS that no greenfield land is needed in the borough for housing. But doubtless, as an intensely developed urban borough, this is largely true. It doesn't rule out the use of former allotment land, and this can be seen in the council's own published documents. Open space policy and GB8 first. As Mr. Hall had to concede in cross-examination, while GB8 can offer encouragement, it cannot secure actual allotment use. Hence, the fallback requires to be taken into account and compared to what would happen if planning permission is granted and implemented. At present, there's no secured allotment use and a realistic fallback of no allotment use. Policy cannot intervene to prevent that, in that there would be no application of it in the no scheme world. The agreed Section 106 planning obligation, by contrast, requires the provision of allotments and secures allotment use for a period of 50 years. It makes provision for an allotment management plan. The parties don't agree on this, but it is evident that the proposal complies with GB8, and it'll be remembered that the reason for refusal did not allege conflict with that policy. As to the proposed plots, services and facilities, the submitted evidence on behalf of PRAA suggests that the current allotment holders are relentlessly negative and critical in their assessment of the proposals, finding nothing good in them at all. But the written evidence needs to be understood in the context of Mr. Hurton's evidence in cross-examination. PRAA's position, Mr. Hurton accepted, had never in fact been that there should be no development on the appeal side. Negotiations broke down because the amount of space identified for new allotments was insufficient in their view. They would have been happy, he said, with 50% of the site, and so you'll remember my questions in that regard. Thus, their objection to the planning application and the appeal, while seemingly fundamental, in fact represents the deployment of what they thought was a bargaining chip. Through the inquiry process, objectors have had a very full opportunity to have their say, to criticise the proposals, the reasons for the proposals, their effect in planning terms, and indeed went well beyond that. If planning permission is nonetheless granted via the appeal decision, it should bring any acrimony to an end, because there's a clear outcome following a fair process. In such circumstances, there remains an opportunity to agree details such as a final layout, if, for example, shading is thought to be a concern or there are other preferred layouts, the management of the communal facilities, the provision of the location of facilities and individual plots. And that later process can take place pursuant to the arrangements in the Section 106 for the management of the allotments. And as such, although a very brief response to the main criticisms have been provided, such criticisms do not need to be treated as central issues. And turning to those then facilities, as is to be expected, the appellant's starting point in terms of what to provide was based on consultation. As the appellant understood the position, sheds were thought to be desirable, similarly defined composting, better water connections, replanting fruit trees. On an objective basis, some credit is warranted for investing in improved facilities. The new allotments would be secure, with natural surveillance from the development and sensible, workable arrangements for access. Plot size has been treated as a major criticism, and evidently those cultivating plots on an unlicensed basis at the moment regard themselves as entitled to a like-for-like replacement, but as has been explained, there is no such entitlement. Layout is obviously capable of being varied by agreement, but to date, the appellant has prioritised the provision of 38 allotments. 60 square metres is quite a large area. By comparison, the London Plan space standards indicate a minimum area of 61 square metres for a two-bedroom flat. It's entirely possible that some plot holders would have a new allotment larger than their home. Indeed, allotments being too big is identified as a barrier to taking one. Doubtless there are limitations when compared to a plot of 125 square metres, which is what as I've understood it or remembered it, the National Allotment Society prefers, but its recommendations, whatever they are, don't have any formal status in planning, and such large areas of land are better suited to the real enthusiast, whereas, as you, sir, heard, current unlicensed growers at the appeal site have been quite happy to subdivide plots so as to allow busy families to enjoy the land. Turning to local open space designation, GB2, GB4, and the framework at 99. Development plan and national policy protection of designated open space is engaged in this case, though at each level, greater emphasis is placed on public open space, i.e. space which is accessible by the public, rather than green space which has visual value only. See the framework at 98 and the glossary definition. Note also that the London Plan categorisations of open space are all public open space. There's a footnote which says this table gives examples of typical open space topologies in London. Other open space types may be included to reflect local circumstances. But land which is privately owned and not publicly accessible would seem to be designated very much as the exception rather than the rule. And similarly, GB2 makes particular reference to the promotion and protection of publicly accessible open space and its use for recreation. The explanatory text at 7.4 emphasises that the areas designated in the borough as local open space make an important contribution to the health and well-being of borough residents, providing space for sport, physical activity and play, as well as tranquil spaces for quiet recreation. Thus, the privately owned appeal site, which presently has unlicensed temporary access by a small section of the public who have evidently sought to maximise that without permission from the landowner, and in the fallback would be privately owned with no public access, does not fulfil many of the functions expected from designated open space land. It's this fact which makes it quite an unusual case as it relates to an open space designation, and that it is unusual can be illustrated by the fact that if a developer wanted to propose open space as part of a development which did not have public access, that space, for example, garden land, would not be accepted as open space proper, and you can see that from the council's policy and its supporting facts. That's not to say there's no conflict. The appellant accepts that designated open space will be developed, which is in conflict with policy objectives, but careful thought must be given to the weight to ascribe to that conflict. And the appellant submits that limited weight should be attributed to the conflict with open space policy, and that is for 4 reasons. First, to the extent that there's any harm arising, it's limited to a visual effect. This bears explanation. In light of the fallback position, rather than the loss of allotments or space which has any public access, the issue is the extent to which there's loss in relation to the site's visual qualities. This is because without public access, the question of whether harm arises is not one which can be resolved by considering the square area of the land which would be lost to development, how much the public can access pre in comparison to post. Instead, the issue is a visual one, the extent to which it performs, e.g. visual break function, pre versus post. And it's not about habitat or biodiversity either, because that's a separately quantified assessed and it's mitigated, and it's the subject of later submissions. There's been no technical evidence dealing with air quality and so on, although the council, and forgive the pun, airily asserts in closing that there's harm in this regard. This wasn't referenced in the single remaining reason for refusal, and it's completely unsubstantiated. Bearing in mind the extensive gardens and new allotments, it may be thought that the development would perform a green lung function better than many in any event. Visual effects fall to be considered in a context in which the council chose to emphasise that it was no part of the council's case to say that visual harm is caused by the development. They said, we're not suggesting there's any harm to the visual amenity, and the issue also needs to be considered bearing in mind what has been said about its visual importance. The previous decision letter said this: the council argues that the site forms a key open space that separates Old Isleworth from the 20th century suburban development to the north. I disagree, because there's 20th century suburban development in Snowy Fielder Way and Heppel Close, and views from and over the site from the south are dominated by the hospital buildings. In my judgment, it's Isleworth Cemetery that performs such function, and I can therefore appreciate why the council is planning to incorporate it into the conservation area. Though TIS has failed to deal with the previous decision in this regard, despite it being an obvious material consideration, it remakes the argument in essentially the same terms. But the previous inspector was correct. In considering Appeal A, he was dealing with a site within the conservation area, and just note that TIS seems to have thought that it was the Park Road site that was going to be newly included in the conservation area. That's not right, it's the cemetery. So I've sought to correct that, I hope, in a footnote. But for the reasons that the inspector gave, the site's not a key open space in terms of the visual function it performs. It does add to the verdant impression of Park Road. However, the character of Park Road is quite mixed. Near to the Scion Park entrance on one side of the Appeal site's good quality modern development. That's maintained a leafy, spacious character. It's now filled away. On the other side of the Appeal site, there's modern development too, with the hospital behind it. And further along Park Road, the cemetery is a very large area which forms a noticeable break in development. In terms of the impact of the Appeal proposal on the visual character of Park Road, it's necessary, my submission, to take account of the previous inspector's assessment, which the appellant has based its proposals on to the extent that they were positive and has responded to, making changes to the extent that they were critical. So these are what I've done here, sir, is just quote bits of the previous inspector's decision and then make some comments on it. Layout of the blocks with the end gables of the northerly blocks facing, sorry, should be capital Park Road, would I consider substantially help to reduce their impact on the Park Road street frontage. So the previous scheme layout can be seen in the design and access statement, and then the current scheme's intended relationship with Park Road's also illustrated in the design and access statement. Now, consultation on the current scheme had highlighted that the Park Road environment is unpleasant to walk through. Consideration of tree and shrub planting along the entire boundary of the site will aim to make the route lighter and safer with more beautiful views. And I've given you the reference to the design and access statement, which cites that view. Thus, although retaining the tree screen along Park Road was important, there was also recognition that reproducing an unbroken wall of thick trees and plants would not be ideal. And so the general arrangement plan, as you've seen, seeks to respond to each of these objectives. He then said the blocks would also be seen from the south with the backdrop of the hospital building behind them, and their impact would consequently be in keeping with the character of the area, especially because the existing tree screen on Park Road would be retained and additional tree planting introduced in front of and between the blocks. Well, there's a link here, obviously, to the comment in relation to the pedestrian experience of Park Road and wanting to respond to that. But retaining a tree screen along Park Road was seen as important nonetheless. And on that, you've the design and access statement, so which shows the broad scheme of tree planting, removal, retention, and new planting. And the design and access statement describes a landscaping scheme of real inventiveness and quality, which the arrangement of buildings and spaces gives views into from Park Road. And locating the parking underground has given the opportunity for that. Additional tree information was sought and was provided, that's at CDB5. The diagram on the third page combines retained and proposed trees, and the balance between retaining a good leafy green screen along Park Road and making the route lighter, safer and with beautiful views has, in the appellant's view, been successfully achieved. And this is possible by virtue, as I say, of locating the parking underground, thinning the screen on Park Road, introducing good quality new tree planting along that frontage, planning the building layout with substantial views through, and the creation of gardens and orchard and spaces behind the tree screen and visible from Park Road. In terms of the species and heights of new tree planting, which seem to have been of particular concern to local residents, the fourth page of that document refers, the street trees, as you've seen, so wouldn't be a uniform height. They're each identified, but at planting would be between 4 and 6 metres high, multi-stems at 3 metres. So even at the outset, the new planting would provide an effective screen filtering views of development. And the design and access statement at page 35 shows what is an accurate visual representation from Park Road looking south. It is a summer view, but since the Park Road trees are deciduous, and since so you considered the site incepted in the summer, it is useful. And that and the other viewpoints, and of course all the application drawings and visual assessments produced by the appellant shows a scheme which, in its view, is respectful of its context and successfully resolves the competing design objectives in this location. The buildings aren't hidden, They're beautifully, thoughtfully designed with an attractive palette and high quality materials that would be a positive feature in the Park Road environment. The previous inspector was critical of the previous scheme, impeding the glimpsed view of the All Saints Church Tower from the corner of Snowfield Away in Park Road. It's more a heritage point than one relating to open space visual amenity, but in any event, it suffices to say that the concern's been addressed in that the view of that church tower has now been retained. The previous scheme included a significant additional number of dwellings. Its layout extended across the entire site. It can be contrasted with page 70, which identifies the location of the allotments, which are proposed to be secured by the section 106. But that also, it's useful also because it shows the relationship with the developments. The back gardens are marked and the access points are marked. The previous inspector wasn't actually critical of the development of that land. On the basis of the information available to the previous inspector, he treated the fallback as an active allotment use and was very concerned about the impact of providing new allotments within the registered park and garden of Sion House. The appellant did then go about the closure of the allotments as described above. Though it doesn't accept its ban to re-provide allotments per se, it's nonetheless reduced the development footprint to secure the same number of allotments, albeit of smaller size. Thus, although there's a quantitative loss, this is not the crux of the issue in the absence of public access. As far as the qualitative aspect is concerned, a harmonious relationship with Park Road would be created, and whatever one's view about the rights and wrongs of sheds and the like, securing allotment use for 50 years is a marked improvement on the fallback. So I said there were 4 reasons, that's 2. The third reason why the policy conflict should be given limited weight is because, as members were advised in the report to committee, there's no deficiency of overall open space or public open space in this area of Hounslow. I mean, conversely, if there was, that would mean greater weight be attributed to that conflict, but there isn't. And then finally, if need be, the loss of open space can be compensated for by a condition. That's per Ms. Roberts' re-examination, see also the draft conditions, and I address them for a little bit in a little bit more detail later on. Heritage other than Sion House. As you'll have gathered, the council had the benefit of advice from its conservation officer at application stage. His advice was that no heritage harm would arise from the appeal proposals, a conclusion accepted in the report to committee and which members accepted in turn. The only party alleging heritage harm is TIS. It did not call expert evidence on this subject in that its witness for the round table was Mr. Spence, whose evidence relates to landscape. Mr. Spence's written evidence made clear that its purpose was to demonstrate what he felt were the failings in the illustrative material adduced by the appellant. Ms. Casey, called separately by TIS, didn't claim expertise in relation to heritage matters either, and the evidence of Mr. Lorry had to be withdrawn. I mean, to be fair, it was demonstrably and materially inaccurate, and then he didn't attend the inquiry. I have, I'm afraid, drawn inferences from that. As such, the only expert evidence to the inquiry came from Mr. Bridgeland. It was tested by the inspector by the roundtable session, and I submit it remains a wholly fair and reliable assessment. So this section of the closing submissions follows the order of the roundtable session on heritage matters. Clearly, I'm not going to repeat everything that was said. That would be well beyond the scope of the exercise here, but I have sought to touch on what I say are the key points, sir. And you'll have your own notes. Before turning to the detail of that evidence, it's important to make reference to the supplemental agreement between the appellant and the council, which is the Statement of Common Ground on Heritage Significance. The council, as I said, had advice from its conservation officer not only in at application stage, but also when settling the supplemental agreement. And thus the agreed position on the significance of the relevant assets in this case can and should be relied upon as establishing the significance of the asset in question and the role the appeal site says plays in its significance, if any. The boundary wall first, its significance is described in the Statement of Common Ground, and the site makes a neutral contribution to that significance. As far as impact is concerned, during the round table, as has been noted, Mr. Spence was primarily concerned about the accuracy of the illustrative material before the inquiry. I maintain that the material produced is useful to understand how the appeal buildings would be read in context, and indeed, everything that's been produced and made available was produced within the letter and spirit of the relevant guidance. The Council have raised no concern in this regard, but as Mr Bridgeland fairly observed in his rebuttal evidence, referring to the decision in the Chiswick Curve appeal, all visualisations should be treated with a degree of caution, and they're only a guide to the decision maker. After all, so you bring your own independent expertise to bear. You have the application drawings, you've conducted the site visits. The TIS suggestion of some legal or evidential burden in this regard is wholly misconceived. Planning decisions, as you know, are reached on the basis of all of the available relevant and reliable evidence, applying expertise and judgment. There is no harm to significance caused by the appeal proposal for the unchallenged reasons Mr Bridgeland gave in the roundtable session. The wall is functional. Its visual appearance is of less significance than its role in delineating and defining the park. The design intent was that the visitor within it would perceive the estate to be endless. Outside, the role was the converse. Anyone outside it would understand that the land within was controlled by the big house. They would appreciate its form, its scale, the statement that the wall is making. This aspect of significance would be unaffected by the development of the appeal site. The feature is robust. The development on the far side of Park Road to date hasn't undermined the ability to appreciate its significance. And so in answer to your question about whether creating a new street frontage would distract from the wall, Mr Bridgeland didn't accept that. He thought there would be a temporary construction impact, but a green corridor would be maintained and the new built development would not detract or distract. The port is lodged then. Its significance is a matter of agreement. Again, the site makes no contribution to it. This is at least in part because it's only partly visible in very oblique views along Park Road. So in the roundtable session, in light of that very limited indivisibility, you asked about kinetic views. Mr Bridgeland's evidence on this was unequivocal and again not contradicted. The significance of the building is in its architectural qualities and in its relationship to the park, denoting the entrance to a great estate. Its significance would be unaffected by the appeal scheme. Distant views, we don't think it's visible. We hope you've had an opportunity to check that. As far as the conservation area then is concerned, again, its significance is described in the Step to Common Ground. Aesthetically, the site contributes to the wooded approach along Park Road, although see above, this is in its current form a mixed blessing, given the dense wall of vegetation. Other than that, it has little bearing in terms of significance. Note that this can be contrasted with the TIS position, which is that the site performs an important green buffer function, separating the riverside settlement from the more urban areas to the north. This is a description of the site's role, which was rejected by the previous inspector. I'll just ask you to look above where I've already made these points, albeit in a different context. But notwithstanding that, it seems to have been included in the conservation area appraisal at the TIS instigation. The site provides some openness, but the more noteworthy area in this regard is the cemetery. The scale and massing of the appeal proposal would be comfortably accommodated within the site. The scale of buildings within the conservation area, as you've seen, is far from uniform, and the TIS assertion that the prevailing building height is lower than the 3.5 stories included is simply not borne out by what can be seen in and around the conservation area and in close proximity to Park Road. The context is, in the main, high quality, and the appeal scheme draws from the best of it to propose traditional features, the use of soft brick and stone paving with an excellent landscaping scheme, the new tree-lined pathway linking Park Road with Snowy Field Away and All Saints Churchyard would improve pedestrian permeability through the site, creating an attractive link between the church and surrounding residential area. In this regard, the scheme took the opportunity available to make improvements to the place, which would in time be appreciated. The landscaping scheme, together with the new high-quality allotments within a more condensed area, would retain and improve the existing character of the site, preserving much of its open green character. A more concentrated and efficient use of the allotment area would give it a more kempt appearance. The aerial photography reveals that by the time the Appellant took over the management of the allotments, they were underused and overgrown, and you can see that from the aerial image of the site contained in Mr Hall's evidence. So not the Appellant's evidence, but from the Council's evidence. Although PRAA seems to blame the appellant for the site being underused. The land had been held on a long lease by the council up until 2015, and therefore the fact that it was overgrown and underused at that time is no reflection on the appellant. The first available data in relation to utilisation indicates that large parts of the allotment were underused and uncultivated, and that accords with the aerial photography photograph from 2015. And the position there can be contrasted, mentioned it already, but with the aerial photograph from 1947, at which time the allotments have the appearance of being fully cultivated. Yeah, those basic points made, it's difficult, I found it difficult, perhaps it's me, to reconcile the PRAA closing submissions of the available data in CDB 34 and the detailed information in the design and access statement. Notwithstanding the swinging methodological criticisms in the submissions, the information in the DAS isn't very complicated. It was collected and provided in good faith by the head gardener. It shows that much of the site wasn't being used. There's nothing objectionable in principle about better organised, more efficiently and better used allotments, whether that's in conservation area terms or otherwise. Together with the landscaping scheme, this part of the scheme would at the very least preserve the southern part of the site where it adjoins All Saints Churchyard, as well as substantially enhancing the public realm in and adjacent to the site. In all, no heritage harm would be occasioned by the development. On the contrary, it would deliver considerable benefits in this regard. See below. Ecology then. As with heritage, the council raised no concern on the subject. It was content that in the context of the extensive submission material, conditions under the Section 106 would be capable of addressing the inevitable march of time over the course of the appeal process to ensure that the requirements of all relevant policy and legislation would be met. Notwithstanding the council's position, by the time of the CMC, TIS indicated a rather equivocal position that they might potentially include biodiversity implications within this first main issue. But in the event, they've not called expert evidence. Instead, they raised a lengthy series of questions, including some which were quite combative in tone, notwithstanding the lack of a proper basis for them, founded in their own or indeed any evidence to the inquiry. Each of the TIS questions, comments and implicit criticisms have been carefully and comprehensively attended to in good time for them to be considered in advance of the closing submissions. At the time I wrote this, there was no indication from TIS whether there was any outstanding concerns, if so, what they might be. And I thought to myself, well, I better reserve my position in case matters are raised which require an expert rather than a lawyer's response. However, having already been put to considerable expense to reassure TIS that all the proper processes have been followed by properly qualified expert ecologists, the appellant would understandably be concerned to be put to further expense. Otherwise, I think I've got the acronym wrong, I beg your pardon. Otherwise, the ecologist response is relied upon in full, but the contents are not repeated. FPCR, I'm afraid. Various matters required to be added in light of what the parties chose to include in their closing submissions. It's the ecologist's view that adequate provision has been made through commitment for on-site and off-site habitat creation to meet the biodiversity net gain requirements. The BNG calculations and report provided use the best available information, habitat surveys having been undertaken for the purpose of BNG by the Ecology firm on the 23rd of June 2023. As far as new water bodies are concerned, the company was responding to TIS's specific queries about water bodies on the appeal site, and thus PRAA's criticisms of its submissions are misplaced. FPCR were not raising some new point, but responding to what had been contended. And note that that Rule 6 party hadn't sought to reply other than in closing, although it had the report since its submission on, I think, the 5th of September, which is a little under a week ago. As far as the TIS closing submissions are concerned, dealing with the newly created ponds, they suggest that a report was produced back in March 2021. The appellant doesn't understand that to be correct. It understands that to be the heading referring to the planning application, not the date of the work. So as matters stood at the time of drafting the closing submissions, it appeared that all queries had been satisfactorily resolved without live evidence. The position remains that the development is acceptable, subject to conditions in the Section 106. Sarah, you raised a number of specific factual queries related to bats. The report addresses those matters. Turning to conditions in the Section 106 planning obligation, the obligation was completed on the 4th of September, thus resolving the second of the two reasons for refusal. The Ward Hadaway summary provides an accessible guide to the requirements it contains. as far as conditions are concerned, so you'll be well aware you're empowered to grant planning permission unconditionally or subject to such conditions as you think fit. The PPG explains that conditions can be used to enable development to proceed where it would otherwise have been necessary to refuse planning permission by mitigating adverse effects. In the appellant's view, the appeal scheme is acceptable without the deployment of Grampian-style conditions to provide compensatory allotment land or open space more generally. But from an abundance of caution, it has, on a without prejudice basis, suggested 2 alternative Grampian-style conditions. There's no disagreement as to approach. I think I detect the same language as I'm using in the council's closing. There's a summary in the encyclopedia which will do. A negative condition may be imposed, notwithstanding that there's no reasonable prospect of the action occurring. In legal terms, the condition will be lawful provided it meets the Newbury tests. In policy terms, such a condition should only be resisted if there's no prospect at all of the action in question being performed within the time limit imposed by the condition. The Council helpfully produced IOD 15, which illustrates that the Council's publicly stated ambition to provide a significant amount of new allotment capacity within the first phase of its Grove of the Future strategy is now the subject of detailed work. And a covering email notes that the project has some government funding. I'm just going to pause for a moment. I'll be about 1 minute. Thank you. I've more or less spared you the sound of the dogs slurping their water bottles.
That's fine. It's the way life goes in this digital world.
Right,
So yeah, please
you
carry on.
catch the remnants of that. I can only apologise.
Okay, that's fine. I think you're on paragraph 64.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Do you need another minute? Okay, so the inquiry will resume in approximately another minute. Okay, it looks as if all parties are here, Ms. Murphy. So yeah, when you're ready. Yeah.
So the Council's helpfully produced ID 15 that illustrates that their publicly stated ambition to provide a significant amount of new allotment capacity within the first phase of its Grow for the Future strategy is now the subject of detailed work. The covering email notes that the project has some government funding to start phase 1, but finances are likely to be a challenge to further expansion of the approach. There have been sites approved for the first rollout, hence, as Mr. Shaheen indicated and Mr. Hall acknowledged, there is indeed a reasonable prospect of additional allotment capacity being provided in the borough and evidence that funding support will be needed. The published allotment strategy looks to strengthen partnerships with developers. Doubtless that doesn't exclude securing funding for development. And that's sufficient to impose a Grampian-style condition along the lines of one in ID 13 if thought necessary. The Council's position in respect of Grampian conditions is set out in its note on Grow for the Future, and in part we've had it again in closing. The area identified, it says, should be in Isleworth and Brentford, not the borough as a whole. And the comment here is, well, there's no good reason why this should be so. Even aside from the fallback position, there's no requirement to re-provide allotment capacity for those who presently grow at Park Road on an unlicensed basis. It's open to the appellant to offer compensatory provision, and whatever compensatory provision can be secured can be taken into account in the planning decision and given such weight, sir, as you think fit. It appears there's no likely sites within the sub-area, but that doesn't prevent the imposition of a condition along the lines of the draft, obviously, if it's necessary. And then next it said that the provision of open space is not like-for-like mitigation or compensation for designated open space, which carries policy protection, and it cannot be designated other than through the local plan process and on the basis of a formal evidence base. But that's not necessarily true, and in any event, it's within the Council's control. It may choose to accept contributions in relation to delivering or improving allotments on designated open space, and there are sites on the Council's list which are noted as being open space, and there's given some examples there. But of course, there'd be a process to follow in those circumstances. There's no evidence, they say, to indicate that there's a prospect of 0.81 of open space allotment land becoming available such that the condition can be met within the life of the planning permission sought. On the contrary, the Council's publicly declared an intention to deliver a significant amount of additional allotment capacity, and evidence of the inquiry is confirmed as a reasonable prospect of its proposals coming to fruition. And in any event, as a Grampian-style condition, this is at the appellant's risk. If it can't be progressed, the appeal scheme could not go ahead. It seems highly likely that if, in the event planning permission is granted, a collaborative approach would be taken such that a scheme for contributions would be welcomed, agreed and ring-fenced for allotment capacity delivery. Turning then to compliance with the development plan as a whole, the decision-making framework is well understood, but Mr. Hall set it out helpfully in his evidence. It involves two questions. First, whether the development proposal, with any planning obligations or conditions, accords with the development plan as a whole, and if not, whether material considerations nonetheless indicate the planning permission should be granted. And there are, of course, some separate questions. And the first isn't resolved by identifying whether there's some policy conflict. There can be policy conflict and nonetheless accord with the plan as a whole. The Planning Department's report to members for the scheme said that the proposal was broadly compliant with the statutory development plan. Mr. Hall identified conflict with GB4 and GB8, i.e. the open space allotment policies which have been addressed already, and there's accepted to be compliance with a wide range of development plan policies in this case. As far as compliance is concerned, Section 7 of Mr. Hall's evidence lists relevant policies, but as he accepted in cross-examination, he didn't address the policies with which the development complies beyond that. In terms of compliance with the development plan at all, overall, he made an assertion at paragraph 15.3, but there's no reasoning, and therefore, unlike the committee report, when evaluating Mr. Hall's evidence, the reader is left not understanding whether and if so, how he'd taken into account compliance rather than conflict with policy. And the breadth and importance of the policies in question can be understood from the statement of common ground, at those references. Mr. Hall accepted in cross-examination that those lists contain policies of real import and the development complies with them. Given the numerous conflicting interests that development plans seek to reconcile, it has been said that it would be difficult to find any project of any significance that was wholly in accord with every relevant policy in the development plan. And that's from the well-known case of Milne. An often complex, multifaceted judgment is required when thinking about compliance with the plan as a whole. And in this case, Mr. Hall accepted that in cross-examination that it's open to use as a matter of judgment to conclude that notwithstanding the conflict he identified in his evidence, about which I've already made submissions, to conclude that there's compliance with the plan as a whole. It's an important concession, but of course it's not a surprising one, bearing in mind that Mr. Hall was an employee of a professional planning department which had reached exactly that conclusion. Ms. Roberts indicated that there's a single policy conflict in relation to the loss of some designated open space, but the appeal development otherwise complies in all the other respects with the statutory development plan. She pulled the punch in written evidence, the Section 106 not at that point having been agreed, but in oral evidence she said the scheme complies with the development plan as a whole, and I commend that conclusion to you, sir. Then turn to scheme benefits and Sion House to start with. It's a Grade 1 listed building, as you know. It's one of the great historic houses of England. The listing description records that it was built on the remains of a Bridgetine Abbey nunnery, Sion Nunnery, and that was in the 15th century. Protector Somerset reconstructed the house in the 16th century, substantially in its present shape. The house, which is 3 stories with crenellated top and gable turrets, is built on a hollow square, and it was remodelled inside and out by Robert Adam in the 18th century. It's the last surviving historic London seat of the nobility as the London home of the Duke of Northumberland, whose family first acquired Sion in 1594. As Mr. Bridgeland explained in his evidence, Sion was one of Robert Adams' most significant commissions after his return from Italy. The interiors he created, employing the best craftsmen available in England at the time, embodied his idea of movement in architecture, making full use of contrast and differences in form, which you'll have seen on the site visit. He was particularly proud of the interiors at Sion, and they're described as the quintessence of the Adam style. It's said that the opportunity given him by Northumberland to create a magnificent suite of rooms entirely in the antique style at Sion was of the utmost importance to his development as an interior architect. Sion House has heritage significance in each of the ways identified in the framework glossary in abundance. The interiors in particular are of a degree of quality and inventiveness that they established the reputation of Robert Adam, making him one of the few British architects of lasting international renown. The planning obligation, which would have effect if planning permission is granted and implemented, secures the income from the development to be spent in Sion House. This is a scheme benefit of extraordinary significance, of a scale and importance rarely seen in the normal run of planning appeals. It must properly be recognised in the decision. The proposed apartments wouldn't be sold. The scheme would provide housing for rent, including 40% affordable housing, plus homes for key workers at the neighbouring hospital. The rental income would be spent on Sion House. It would hasten the recladding of the external walls in honey-coloured Bath stone so that the house would look as it did when resplendent in the 18th century. It would pay for the renovation of the Robert Adam interiors so that they can be appreciated in all their magnificent flamboyance. And these works, which would make a real difference to the house and to the many visitors who will enjoy and appreciate it in all its glory, far sooner than would be the case without the income, are deserving of very great weight. That is national policy. Great weight should be given to conservation, and the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. Conservation in national policy means the process of maintaining and managing change to a heritage asset in a way that sustains and, where appropriate, enhances significance. Harm to significance must be given considerable importance and weight in heritage decision-making. Equally, enhancements to significance must be given considerable importance and weight too. The prioritisation of works has been agreed with the Council, so too their timing. The Council doesn't dispute the significance of Sion House, nor does it suggest that the works are anything other than an enhancement. In Mr. Hall's written evidence, he failed to make clear what weight he had in fact ascribed to the income from the development being applied to works to the Grade 1 listed building. In cross-examination, He accepted that the right starting point was great weight, but contended that the weight should be moderated as a result of 3 issues. The first was a detailed breakdown of the works, costs and extent to which income would be applied. Those matters have now been resolved. The next was a concern about the other Section 106 planning obligations securing funding. That seems to remain an issue and I address it. And then the third was that it was his understanding that the decision maker could or perhaps should not give full weight to a benefit unless satisfied that alternative sources of funding do not or could not exist. And again, that needs to be the subject of submissions. PRAA, with respect, goes further, much further, and well into error, without reference to specific policy, specific guidance, or any identified case law. It contends that as a matter of planning law and policy, the proposed cross-subsidy to Sion House cannot be taken into account as a planning benefit. It's merely a private business decision that has no place in the planning process. That, I'm afraid, is plainly wrong. The funding of conservation works is a material planning consideration delivered via Section 106, which would bind the land. If the appeal development is implemented, it must therefore be taken into account in the decision. Even in the previous case, where the inspector identified serious planning harm and was therefore looking at alternatives, including alternative sources of funding, there was no suggestion that cross-subsidy would not be taken into account. The contentious issues related to weight, and you can see the decision letter clearly on that. So turning then to timing. Reference should be made to the Ward Hadaway note, ID 12. The current estimated cost of the facade works is 10.69 million, and the current estimated cost of the stateroom works is 6.18 million. Assuming that monies remain available via the Section 106 of the Marquee and average hotel rent, the appeal proposal can deliver both the facade works and stateroom works in less than 10 years. Without the appeal proposal and on a raft of assumptions including current costs, the works would have taken 25 years. Bringing forward important works to Sion House will be a real practical benefit for the many members of the public who will be able to appreciate what is special and important about it in its original condition years sooner or for longer. It's jam today, which is always worth more than jam tomorrow because none of us know what the future will bring. Turning then to alternatives. Historic England's GPA 4 guidance on enabling development respects and applies settled principles well familiar to planning relating to where alternative options must be taken into account. Per GPA 4 and the framework, enabling development is development which is not in compliance with relevant policy and which would normally be refused planning permission. It may be justified if the development proposed would secure the future conservation of the assets and the wider benefits outweigh the disbenefits of not adhering to the policies. In those circumstances, GPA 4 gives extensive guidance directed to the consideration of alternatives, including alternative sources of funding, and I give you the references. And it's precisely that sort of approach which underpins the Council's evidence, and I'll give you an example of his 14.16. And GPA 4, in turn, I submit, is consistent with the judicial thinking on alternatives. See, for example, what Lord Justice Sullivan said in the Langley Park School for Girls case, and that was cited in Stonehenge recently. The starting point must be the extent of harm in planning terms, conflict with policy, etc., that would be caused by the application. If little or no harm would be caused by granting planning permission, there'd be no need to consider whether the harm or lack of it might be avoided. The less the harm, the more likely it would be, all other things being equal, that the local planning authority would need to be thoroughly persuaded of the merits of avoiding or reducing it by adopting an alternative scheme. At the other end of the spectrum, if a local planning authority considered that a proposed development would do really serious harm, it would be entitled to refuse planning permission if it had not been persuaded by the applicant that there was no possibility, whether by adopting an alternative scheme or otherwise, of avoiding or reducing that harm. It'll be apparent that there are related faults in the Council's evidence. It has, on the appellant's case, significantly overestimated the harm arising when compared correctly to the fallback position. Further, there seems to have been a belief that irrespective of the level of harm caused, as a matter of course, it could require the appellant to prove that there were no alternative sources of funding available. Whereas it's only where serious harm is caused by the development that there's any justification for considering alternatives to what's proposed. The Council's reliance on the previous decision letter in this regard is misplaced. In the previous appeal, the appellant proposed new allotment development within the Grade 1 registered park and garden, the inspector found harm to significance to arise as a result to an asset of very great importance. And in those circumstances, the consideration of alternatives was warranted. He explained the position himself. The onus is on the appellant to demonstrate that there's no way to fund the necessary repairs other than by implementing the proposals because of the harm to the registered park and the Lionsgate setting. It's the appellant's case that the appeal development at worst causes minor visual harm insofar as it develops designated non-publicly accessible local open space, which provides some local visual break in development. Harm at that end of the scale does not justify the need to find alternatives to it. And care must be taken too to ensure that the overly personalised way in which objectors took exception to the scheme has no influence. Though the council was more measured in the way in which it articulated the points, its evidence too sought to bring in personal circumstances, and it wasn't alone, as you can see from the references. As I noted in the opening, the personal circumstances of an applicant for planning permission are normally irrelevant. They're not relevant in this case. Personal circumstances are not relied upon to tip the planning balance. No personal condition is proposed. As such, the proposal must be considered on its merits in the ordinary way. Turning then to the delivery of housing, there's agreement that the provision of market housing in London must be given significant weight. It could not be otherwise in a capital city with a crisis in supply and a crisis in affordability. As a matter of fact, housing data has not been kept properly up to date, and it is fair to note that, but there's been no dispute about supply in this borough in light of the agreement on the weight to ascribe to the benefit of delivering market housing. Reaching the policy objective of providing 40% affordable housing is a rarity in London, but the scheme promises just that. And again, there's agreement that this must be given significant weight, and again, it couldn't be otherwise. The inquiry didn't hear directly from people in housing need, but if it had, there can be no doubt that there need to be accommodated somewhere permanent, safe, and suitable for their needs would have been compelling. And it's often the case where housing development is proposed that the people who would benefit from it are not heard. There's a dispute about the weight to attribute to the key worker housing. It's perplexing that this is so. The site borders an NHS hospital, which says it struggles to secure accommodation for its staff. The development proposes suitable accommodation and guarantees it for them on the basis of negotiations to date. Again, it's relatively uncomplicated, if unusual. It's the benefit of the scheme arising from proximity and compatibility. And again, significant weight is merited. Mr. Hall readily accepted in cross-examination that the appeal development reflects local design policies and government guidance on design, taking account of all relevant local design guidance. He conceded that as a result, he ought to have given significant positive weight to the fact that the development represents good design, and that he had not. And he accepted Ms. Roberts' evidence, had given proper credit in this regard, and so too had the committee report, which devoted an entire section to the design of the development, having cited 134 of the framework. Design is a governmental priority. It's the subject of renewed focus in regional planning in the London Plan and in recent SPG. But Mr. Hall had to accept that his brief hadn't addressed it in either general or specific terms. This fact alone means that his written evidence to use her on the planning balance isn't reliable. The scheme is well designed. It has resolved competing demands in a sensible and coordinated way with flair and imagination. Credit where it's due. Significant weight should be given to this factor. Biodiversity net gain. The Section 106 secures it. The Section 106 planning obligation secures a 10% biodiversity net gain. That's in the 5th schedule. The submitted material provides a sufficient basis for that obligation. It well exceeds the net gain required by national policy and of course anticipates the delayed legislative change in the Environment Act. And as such, the limited weight Mr. Hall applied would do nothing to incentivise the delivery of it. Greater weight is therefore justified. Other benefits there, Ms. Roberts set out a range of beneficial effects which have either been designed into the scheme, the new thoroughfare and resurfacing works, or which result from the scheme, so economic benefits. And the evidence she gave in writing and at the inquiry was fair and considered. And on benefits, you can see her written evidence. I won't repeat it, sir, but I will commend it to you. And turning then to the overall planning balance, it's the appellant's case that the appeal proposal complies with the development plan as a whole, and as such, planning permission should be granted without delay. And the appellant recognises there's planning judgment inherent in that, which turns on the approach taken to open space. To the extent that there's any harm at all, it's minor visual harm. And the planning balance in this case should be struck decisively in favour of the grant of planning permission, reflecting the very great benefits the development would bring. As a result, I respectfully invite you to allow the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Right,
So,
I think, yeah. Yeah, certainly,
can I
Mr.
just
Grant.
raise one or two matters, please?
Yeah.
The first is that at paragraph 37 of Malone & Friends closings, she commented that the council had airily asserted in their closings that harm would arise in terms of air quality. I just want to be absolutely clear, please. We never introduce at any stage in closings or elsewhere an air quality objection. So I'm not entirely sure where Malone & Friend read that or picked that up, but that was not introduced into the council's case in closings as Malone & Friend suggested. The second matter I just want to raise briefly, please, is that at paragraph 81 of Malone & Friends closings, she introduced or made submissions in relation to various case law about where it would be appropriate to consider alternative schemes. Now, I wasn't on notice that Malone & Friend was going to refer to that case law, but I just want again to make it absolutely clear that I don't accept that case law that is relied upon by the appellant is relevant law to the way in which the council put the case in respect of the weight that can be given to the repairs to Siren House as a benefit. So we're not going to have a legal argument on the hoof, but it's an entirely separate issue, I would suggest. So if you found in due course that you wanted submissions on that point of law, then of course you're entitled to ask the parties to make further representations. But I just wanted on record at the moment that I don't accept that law is relevant to the way in which the council put the matter. And so the third and slightly less contentiously, when I read out my closings, you'll recall I corrected, I think, 3 typos, but they were typos that made a difference to the sentence, as it were. So with your agreement, what I propose to do is just to correct the 3 typos. They're at paragraphs 20, 33 and 56. And we'll forward that to the case officer and the other parties so that the version which goes on to the electronic library is the version that has those 3 typos corrected.
Just so, Mr. Grant, you're just slightly ahead of me in terms of making notes on those typos.
So sorry. So they were at paragraphs 20.
Yeah.
Little 4.
Yeah.
Paragraph 33, and at paragraph 56. They're each matters. As I was reading it out, I corrected those 3 typos, but I would prefer for the version which is in the electronic library to have those corrections incorporated. Okay,
well, let me ask the other parties for comments on all of those, but perhaps the first starting point is correction of the typos. Do any parties raise any objection to that? Perhaps I'll look to Miss Murphy to start with. No. Okay. And I'm presuming they're all 6 parties have no objections. Okay. Miss Murphy, on the other 2 points about paragraph 37 and 81, I presume you'd like to reply.
Well, I don't expect to have submissions following closing submissions, but I'm happy to.
No, it's your opportunity.
On air quality, I'm happy to accept what's said if it's not intended that the site performs some sort of green lung air quality type function, and that there's no concern about its loss in that regard. I accept that in the gracious spirit in which it's offered. So thank you for that.
Well, we didn't say it in the first place.
fine. As far as alternatives are concerned, a very extensive section of cross-examination, which I've got in front of me, tested the basis for the framework for analysis in section 14 of Mr. Hall's evidence, during which I even made direct reference to, for example, Trust House 40 and to enabling development, to the extent to which there was justification for looking at alternatives. Now, all of that case law is well settled, well understood, and I think there's absolutely no difficulty in referring to it. If my learned friend, on reflection, thinks he needs to say something about it, I'm not going to stop him.
Mr. Grant.
Yeah, well, I don't accept that case law, which is dealing with the question of when it's appropriate to consider alternatives, is relevant to the way in which the council put the matter, which was clear and explicitly, and I think, but I'd have to check the recording, that the matter was put to Mrs. Robertson, agreed as well. But the way that we put it was to say that you, sir, are entitled, when you're considering the weight to be given to the question of repairs, you're entitled to consider that whether or not there are alternative ways of funding available was a matter that goes to weight. So that's the way it was put in evidence. It's the way that it was put in closings. And the case law that goes to the availability of alternative schemes is not, in my submission, relevant to that issue. So it's not that I don't agree with the case law itself, or that I'm challenging the case law. It's whether or not it goes to the issue that you're dealing with. My position, I just want to be clear, is that it doesn't go to that issue.
Okay, Miss Murphy, any thoughts?
Well, you have the difference between us. I say it's highly germane. My learned friend says that it doesn't assist you. You'll have to reach your own conclusions now on that.
Okay, all right, okay. So, Mr. Grant, you're going to just correct those typos in terms of submission. Probably for the sake of tidiness, that's probably best done today, if that's okay.
Yes, of course.
Subject to that, just before I move to a formal close, if there's no other comments from anyone else, I'll move to a closing now. No, okay, right. Well, can I thank you all for your participation and your perseverance over lunch today as well. And I'll formally close the inquiry here and now. So thank you all for your participation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.